I'm leaving.
All right, welcome. Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it. Group 9, session 22.
You
We
buddy?
still don't have a name.
No name. No names needed. We will be ever named group.
Wolf with no name?
So we had a week off. So session 21, we arrived in Otheba, this holy city, this grand holy city here. It was described to you having these very distinct districts within the city. The Drift being the largest, kind of has this really collapsed housing, not collapsed housing, but literally like dense housing with tall buildings that are really kind of together and hoveled and things. It's just really cluttered, right? And then you have the military district, which has a barracks, it has a fort. There's grand walls that surround the city. Traders district is outside, but they have courtyards for trading. One of which is in the holy district, which holds the temple, the cathedral, which supposedly has the sun tree in it. And there's this radiance about the place as well that keeps away the elements. But actually, there, even though this is an Arctic kind of city, so cold temperatures, snow falling down, people shoveling snow off the cobbled streets, that sort of thing. The Holy District is immune to this. It's a 69-degree Fahrenheit temperatures. The rain even falling, it doesn't fall here. The snow kind of is dissolving away from the sphere that surrounds the Holy District. And so that kind of creates this ambiance of life, thriving. And that's right now where most of what you observe, like in terms of the courtyard outside of the temple, with a great many dwarfs, refugees, right, that sort of thing. That's where they're all at, right? It's really there because that's the most comfortable place. There's a massive cemetery here, catacombs, mausoleums, right, that sort of thing, because this is where people are buried. And they want to be buried next to the sun tree. It's a very holy place. There's greenhouses here, whole industrial kind of side of this. There's a foundry, market areas. The city can pretty much maintain itself, except for food, which needs to get from the south to greenhouse to supplement. And then the noble district is segmented, it's separated. It has these estates built on kind of hills as they roll through, evergreen trees, and it has a very natural appeal to it in some way. Then you have the keep, this large fortress that deserves in the mountainside as it extends outwards, surrounded by its own interior wall. It has lists, it has barracks on the grounds, and is reserved for soldiers and paladins. Okay, all right, so we made way to the mountainside. And the mountainside is where I actually spent most of our session going through a number of different things. So highlighting pieces of information. Christoph, 50 gold, Canaan for room. Zealous Flagon said that there was a 50,000 gold piece bounty. Ethrin. They are going to meet in the morning of the Zealous Flagon, and they will take to thy lord and to the High Sunbringer Valeria. So they're kind of like a chauffeur. They want to be a chauffeur, right? In a way, they want to show up and try to kind of escort you, take you to where you might want to go, given what you have accomplished, right? What you have done. At the same time, we met Baxter, a bard. They told their story of this being hunted, right? This whole thing that had happened to them. And they do appear to have something in the headstock of their loot, which is what Pip, you are greasing the wheels, so to speak, to try to get at. So we'll come to that role play here in the morning as we kind of transition through. And then the watch commander, who also isn't just the watch commander of the Frost Guard, but they were and are first commander of the Talthar military. So they are the highest ranking officer that you can possibly have in the Talthar regiment, soldiering, not paladins. And they actually had their entire regiment decimated by a ginormous dragon. And so they talk about this, right, after drinking this mead and going through this very crazy interaction. They had emotion to them that they were kind of discharging, but they still had composure. And this is what their position is. They're watch commander and they train soldiers, right, to send them to war. And they also, the three of them, right, we talked about the bounty. Who's going to take us to the Lord, right? Get the bounty thing. All of them mentioned it, right? So you have your pick of how you're really going to get there or not get there. It depends how you're going to do it. But right now, where are we at? We're actually headed to the Zealous Flagon. And so I'm going to get us over to this conceptual map that we have here. Get scene actors on the board. So the tavern keeper here, the master of this house, is actually known as Master Talrus Vero. Okay, and so Master Talrus Vero runs the house with other servants. There is rooms upstairs. They have a cellar and an area that kind of hooks around on the back left hand of the building, and then it sits adjacent to a few other structures, and mind the actual temple and well kind of reaches towards the courtyard. It is a grand building considering the look of what is the drift. Has solid wood, kind of forms itself in planks and archways and kind of accents of cranials, different sorts of woodworking techniques to accent and beautify things. It stands out, right? They have banners hanging down, curtains that drape over the windows to kind of close them off. The first floor comprises of a restaurant, an eatery. Tables are set on 2s to 4s. Not really grand, luxurious banquet tables through here. And then it's kind of sectioned off at times to provide privacy through like screened windows, right, that are kind of slanted and moved. The bar runs kind of off the restaurant to the left-hand side, has its own kind of seating and bar area. There's many different liqueurs. They're differently aged. And so you're just in an area compared to where you came from is now sectioned off. Instead of having an opening with a kind of a platform, right? It's more sectioned off to allow sound to be more quiet, to have an atmosphere. People that would come in here might be pilgrims that have kind of more wealth to them, and they'd be reserving many of the rooms that are above, because there's a lot of them. They have kind of 3 different styles to the rooms. And so this actually serves, Zellswagen serves more as like a restaurant and a inn than it does a tavern, really, for rambunctious parties and these other things, right? So you come in, a servant is going to greet you. And then upon your request here, we're going to do this kind of really quickly, so we're not going to kind of go through it. Unless you wish to role play. You can always just interrupt me. They're going to go fetch the master of house, considering that there is a number of you to your party, and that the Zealous Flagon, along with other businesses, are offering aid and supplies to what is happening with the dwarfs. And so they're trying to get themselves intact. They need to reserve rooms, right? And that sort of thing. As they come to this, immediately, right, you offer the 50 gold, right, for the room. They lower their head downwards in respect, and they offer a suite. They have 2 of these suites. This one's the particularly largest for your party. And this suite has its own dining table, its own bath and washroom. It has some plumbing in here as well, so the fixtures and things do work at times. And so in the environment as well, it's not frozen pipes or anything like that, so it helps. The rooms inside of the suite are of their own. They have their own doors, they have their own walls, and there is a number of bed chambers here that equates to 5 bed chambers with queen-size mattresses, some of which have their own independent windows that face outwards. And this is on the 2nd floor that faces south and west, overlook kind of a large street and open area that kind of descends down, looking towards the cemetery and towards the courtyard. And there's a fireplace in the suite itself, not in the rooms, because as I stated, temperature-wise, not really a need to have a fireplace in your own independent rooms. And you find yourselves in your own spaces with luxurious cotton, silken sheets, fruits, other things, cheeses put on a banquet table in the center point of the room, and just independent privacy. Because once you're in the room, the key's handed over to you, the master. Talrus Vero is going to lower themselves in a slight bow and leave you as you would. You're in need of food or refreshments. They could do room service. So there is a bell that sits outside of your door. It could be rung, and then a servant will come up and assist you with that. But this is not an establishment that's going to like bathe you in the tub. So they're not going to scrub you down, but they can offer perfumes and soaps and things like that, but they're not going to take a brush to you.
Even for extra? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
That is such a Pip question.
Such a big question. All right. So I'm going to advance the time here. Get us to the next day. I'll probably call it in the morning when people are starting to rise. If you've spent the night with Baxter. Is that correct?
I did.
Get Baxter on here for you. Okay. So you find yourself with Baxter in one of the independent rooms, queen size mattress, of course, fade to black. You can imagine what it is that you've done. Baxter themselves is currently asleep. You're actually arising earlier than they are in terms of waking up. Baxter's just taking their time, softly, suddenly sleeping. And then they begin to arise their eyes. So you let out a large yawn. And they look towards you. Well, good morning.
Morning. How'd you sleep?
Quite well. How did you sleep?
Very well. So I was thinking, if we have an hour to kill, I'd like to try something with you that I haven't done before.
Hour to kill. I suppose we have all day, don't we? The room's reserved at least until the afternoon.
True. I don't know. You haven't been. I don't know how much magic you've seen, but I'd like to try something, and what better do it in your company to see if it works?
Magic. Well, I know a thing or two about some. Is it anything that would looks towards you and raises an eyebrow? Excite me in other ways besides the imagination?
I'm going to attempt to summon an entity here. If that excites you. Never tried it before.
Someone to help us?
I don't think they'd be like that. It's more of a creature, from what I understand, from what I've read.
Well, however it is, it's all up to you. You
Just
all
figured it'd be
paid for the
something-
room. I'm here, but you're eager company.
I've never done it, and again, I didn't know if I could always do it some other time if you said something you want to.
If you insist, I can observe. Maybe I'll get us some refreshments if you wish.
That sounds good to me.
Pull themselves from the bed, wrap themselves in a luxurious robe, draping it, blues and white. They begin to leave the room to go get refreshments.
And so obviously, I'm gonna set up and do the find familiar ritual.
Oh. I thought you wanted to roleplay with him to get something from him, but
no,
you're doing that after.
That.
You're doing that after.
I'm trying to create a bond here.
Gotcha.
To where they could see the thing I summon and
Mm,
You know, he's used to one night stands. I'm not gonna think no matter how good I was gonna sell him
yeah,
completely.
gotcha. So Baxter's going to leave the room. There is some things left over that were brought up to the room from Baxter themselves, but they're going to go downstairs and try to find something else that would delight the palate for the morning. Most likely breakfast for you and them, and maybe something to drink. You begin to perform your ritual of five familiars. That takes a while to do. So you're going to set down the reagents and begin to conjure some spirit entity to help and guide you on your adventures through this plane of existence. Reaching through, you're beginning to conjure that magic, bringing forth the spirit. What is everyone else doing in the morning of the 18th of May?
Finding some meat.
Yeah, breakfast, I
Finding
guess.
meat. Well, you're a little late to the party, but yes, you can find some.
I'm gonna say elaborate a little bit.
Yeah, that's
I was going for like, some bacon, some
Yeah.
ham.
Are you do room service, or are you going to go downstairs and find a table?
No, Donald's gonna go make friends.
Oh boy, he's gonna get in the bar.
Oh God.
You're going to go make friends. Okay.
Okay. I guess Lance is probably just prepping some of the medicines that he knows he will probably need after a certain someone begins to make friends.
Okay.
So yeah, prepping medicines for the day.
Prepping medicines for the day. You're independent in your own room, right? It's nice to have own space. Maybe pulling the secretarial kind of desk that's placed in the room along with the wardrobe, using the shelves in the wardrobe, your reagents placed, and kind of making your own little alchemy workshop, if you will, out of the assortment.
An impromptu setup.
An impromptu setup in the room. Okay. Anybody else?
I guess I'll just make my way downstairs for breakfast.
Okay. So you and Donovan both are going downstairs. Gotcha. Kanan,
Yeah, also heading downstairs for breakfast.
going downstairs for breakfast. So the three of you are going down. You see a couple of servers that are moving past, beginning to assist with breakfast. There's not a lot of whole people in the restaurant at current. There's a few people at the bar sitting down. They're getting quick things to eat, and then they're kind of making their way outside of the building. So probably put around 8 to 10 people inside the actual restaurant in a small eatery setting with screen privacy windows. One of the servers begins to kind of point over a gnomish fellow with suspenders strapped to the sides of the greenish tunic with silver accents. They begin to point in the direction of one of the tables that would suit the three of you. So it's a table for four in the back left side, kind of a cubby alcove area. You begin to make your way there. Two bay windows flanking on either side, with some planters put here with greenish plants with these sort of like purplish flowers to them. And as you sit down, the server begins to kind of move over to you. They hold a few different pieces of paper and begin to hand them over to you as menus. And as they do a smart little bow. Well, how was your night? Was it good?
It's the best I've slept in weeks.
Oh, wonderful. Well, Zellslagen always does not disappoint. So, on the menu this morning, we have two different courses that we serve. Of course, we can cook you whatever you want. Some of our food supplies are being used for the dwarf refugees, as always. Here in the Holy City, everyone gives and no one takes. Zellslagen is not absent of that. See the brown curly hair flows and kind of smooth down with some wax, some hair gel like product. You have a little bit of a stubble, clean shaven face, brownish blue eye, long nose that points a little bit crooked to the left. First course, you can see there, we have commonly referred to as a frittata.
Hey, Ken, what's a frittata? Does it
I don't
got
know,
bacon in
what's
it?
the frittata with you?
It does have bacon in it. It's got other seasonal vegetables, fetched from the very greenhouses of Uthima, on the south of here, side of the first. You won't be disappointed. Accompany with this is drink as well as bread, obviously. And the second one, we have warm roasted squash chestnut soup. Something light, quickly eat, or passing on to do something else. Good working food. We have several patrons that come in here and need something quick to eat before they pass to their different jobs throughout the city. So those are the two that we have to serve you. If you wish to take those, you can. Food will be hot very quick. But of course, I can take your order for something else if you have anything else in mind. Let's start with refreshments, drinks perhaps. So we do water, some tea, coffee, or maybe something stronger.
How about some coffee with a little something stronger in it?
I like the way it sounds.
Yes. I don't know. I like that one too. Coffee with something stronger. I like it.
I'll just have a water.
2 of those and a water for you. I'll be right back.
Donlin
When
drinks water.
Donlin, when he says that, I'll reach over and put my hand on his head to see if he's feeling feverish at
No,
all.
Donlin's drinking out of his horn already.
He's got his own
Oh,
liquor. He doesn't need
That's
anybody
right.
else's.
That's right.
He doesn't need the booze, bro. He's got the booze on hand.
Right.
You should just get him to dump that in the coffee.
That's true.
Just dumps it in.
He's got to
Alright,
earn
so-
it first.
The server is very quick. Not a lot of people to help. Plenty of hands on deck. Comes back in less than a minute. Nice hot cups of coffee filled with some sort of liqueur that has a hint of smokiness and peatiness. And a nice little glass of water for you. Sees you chugging out of your own tankard probably at this point. Your own horn, right, Donlin? Just kind of looks towards you and shakes the head a little bit. And to eat. You all decided yet?
I'll just do the standard meal that everybody else is doing. It seems like it's going to be tasty. So
All right, getting whatever. What is everyone else getting?
So,
Can I get some ham and bacon?
Just some ham and bacon. That can happen.
Lots of ham and bacon.
We don't exactly have ham here, but we have prosciutto. It's a higher class of ham.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want my protein.
Sounds great. And for you, what's you can?
oh, just whatever's on the menu's fine.
Well, you have 2 options: frittata or soup.
I'll do the frittata.
All right. Well, 2 frittatas, some prosciutto, bacon. Coming right up. Oh, before I depart, I know there was more of you that stayed last night. The breakfast is complimentary of the room, as was the refreshments through the night. Do they want any breakfast? I can have someone send up to them.
One of them probably having breakfast in bed. The other one's
I don't know that I interrupt whatever they got going on.
I'll check in with the bar, see if they came down and order some stuff. You want me to take the menus from you?
there you go.
Thank you so much. You'll enjoy your drinks, food. We'll be right up. Kids walk away. Leaving you all inside of your own independent table. All right.
So what are we doing today?
I'm supposed to
I think
go
it was-
meet the High Sunbringer, Valria, that sounds right. And then the Lord, I suppose, at some point to claim this not insignificant bounty that was apparently on Ethern's head that everybody seemed intent on making us aware of.
you know, sometimes I feel like we ask a lot of questions, but then we come across something like the bounty that we had no idea of, and I feel like we should ask more questions.
Like who else might be worth money dead?
I mean, I'm just saying.
Oh, that's
I'm
some
just
good
saying.
questions. Think they have a
Maybe we
wanted
should-
list somewhere?
You know,
Can we become bounty hunters?
that's doesn't sound like such a bad idea to me as long as there's gold in it.
Seems kind of beneath us. I mean, we killed a dragon. Chase someone who's wanted for thievery.
I mean, what if it's a demon that they want?
I think that goes a little beyond the realm of bounty.
I mean, 50,000 is pretty good.
Didn't you just say that it was a bounty on Ethern's head? It's literally a bounty.
Yeah, but I doubt they have that posted on a list with a bunch of other, hooligans.
Oh, you think it might be like a special list for those type of things?
Probably need to know somebody that knows somebody that has the list or something.
But we can ask the Lord when we talk to the Lord if he has other things that he wants us to kill for him
Is
for
there
lots of
anything
money.
else you'd like us to kill? I mean, be careful. He might conscript you into the army. He's got a lot of things he'd like people to kill in other places.
They don't pay me enough in the army. They wouldn't pay me enough. I'd be a very expensive army person.
Speaking of which, that other dude that we talked to last night, he was a little messed up, huh?
Which one?
The general guard guy thing.
Oh, the watch commander.
That guy.
Clearly
He's
had
a little messed
bit of
up.
an experience. Yeah.
Just a little bit. Now he said, so if I'm not mistaken, we're using man, the guy you talked to, Kanan, man, horrible with names.
Christoph.
The guy Christoph to get us into these places today, right? But then the watch commander also said because of the bounty he could get us in to see the Lord.
Correct.
So
The bard also offered.
oh, the bard did too.
Everyone offered to take us to the Lord. I think they all want some of our money.
I was gonna say, I
A
think
lot
we
of it
probably need
came
to be
down
careful.
to.
Yeah, which one do you think we can trust to not want any of the money?
Well,
try
I
to take
imagine
credit for
the
this.
paladin's not looking for a payday. If I had to guess.
I don't trust that bard.
I wouldn't trust any bard.
I resent that.
You're not here.
I know.
Don't use magic.
I was just about to say the same thing. Oh man. All right. So, Kana, do you know anything about this Valor person that we're gonna go see?
Valria.
Valor, yeah.
Only that she holds a position of some esteem within the Order of Light. I imagine she's a fairly well-respected holy person of Pello.
But you've never heard of her in your Palor worshipping time.
I think most of my experience was from another continent, so I have never met her nor heard her name before.
Hmm. Okay. We don't really know what to expect from that. How much, if they ask, do we tell so that we can kind of control Pip and his openness about everything?
I mean, I would probably, on the one hand, it's a very bad idea to lie to a paladin, but also I wouldn't offer any information about other universes, probably, because that just leads to many more questions that you won't be able to lie about.
Wait, I thought it was another timeline.
Either
Do
way,
we? Well, in Pip's case, there's two of those. Remember, as he always tells everybody. So, do
I
we
would
bring
stick
up?
to the slaying of the dragon most probably. That's what we need them to know, since that's essentially we're going there to retrieve a bounty. So
Can I show them my cool axe?
sure, I don't see any harm in telling them we had help from the frost giants. So,
What about bringing up Damodar?
I mean, I presume they're aware of Damodar, so that's not necessarily a secret.
Well, I'm not talking about aware of. I'm talking about the fact that he actually came and talked to us, and what he talked to us about.
I'm still
What
not
did
sure
he
I
talk to us
understand
about?
what he talked to us about. Something
Well-
about choices and vengeance and destinies and
Oh, hold on. Were you still unconscious when that happened?
No.
that was after he
Oh.
woke up, I believe.
Conscious
Oh.
is a generous term to use.
I just
Permanently
forget
unconscious. Yeah.
because every fight that we go in, you seem to get knocked out somehow. So I'm sorry. I just
Part of his
dead
battle
maybe.
strategy, I believe. He's
Battle
just
strategy.
Yeah,
feign death and then
I-
he'll pop back
I
up.
believe I
Yeah.
heard this referred to as the possum strategy.
Part of it is part of his battle strategy. Is that Is that what the fire giants taught you?
The possibility.
No, I got tougher when I got into town. Okay, I'm in my element now. Okay, bar brawls and everything have made me stronger.
So I'm
Well,
also
Bobby-
assuming we should probably avoid using magic, just so we can all be clear on that.
Wait, but I wanted to show off what my axe can do.
I think your axe is fine. I'm more talking about the trouble we got into in the King's Hall.
Yeah, I would advise against casting magic against the Lord in his own keep. That will probably not go well.
Yeah. I think we probably just need to have a talk with everybody before we go in and make sure we're all on the same page about all this. I think some of the cards we probably have to hold a little closer to our vest right now, not knowing these people.
I'll talk to the Lord. All you guys got
Yeah,
something to
but-
hide. I ain't got nothing to hide.
What? I don't have anything to hide.
All right, you want to talk to the Lord then? You want to get truth zone?
Oh no,
Oh,
I-
okay. That's what I
I
thought.
prefer to stay in the back.
There's an interesting thing based on my experiences with such tactics. That type of magic prevents you from telling a lie. It does not, however, compel you to speak or to give an answer to a question that is asked. If you find
Oh.
yourself in a sticky situation, you can perhaps redirect or be a bit evasive and not succumb to the effects of the spell by simply choosing not to answer the question as asked.
Oh, so it's like not incriminating yourself then.
Essentially, yeah.
It's a good thing I have nothing to worry about.
Indeed.
Yeah, we're all honest, good folks around here.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Light of
Religious guys,
Paylor and Thrym and
never killed a little kid. Just a dragon.
I mean, that
I don't know
was-
that kid was real.
If that even counted, it was an entirely different reality, so I think it still doesn't count.
That
Oh,
just means you killed
okay.
millions of kids.
Well, not exclusively.
I mean, they were just kind of collateral damage, if you will, from the first one that he killed. Okay.
How important does
It's
one
kinda-
kid have to be to
it-
have an
it-
entire universe tied to him?
That is an interesting question.
It is. I guess we also probably while we're here need to keep an eye out for any additional stones like we found before, huh?
Well, I suppose that's what Pip's working on at the moment. I guess. Maybe they're just on a date. I just assumed he was trying to
I
grift him
mean,
or something.
did you hear the noises coming out of that room last night?
I slept.
There is no way
Nah.
Pip was working on finding a stone.
I mean, maybe two.
Oh,
at this
well.
point in the conversation, the gnome is going to come back, deliver your food. Very elegantly presented, silvers as well in terms of cutlery here. So as is placed down, healthy healthy portions for a breakfast setting, this cold climate. And from there, just reemphasizes that the food is accompanied with a room. And if you wish to reserve the room another night to reach the master of the house. So the gold for the room, right? It was expensive, obviously, since it's a full suite, right? It comes with the complimentary of drinks, refreshments, and the meals too are complimentary with that. The gnome is going to move away, but it's a call, and if you wish to have refills on your refreshments or additional other food to accompany you. For you, Donlin, it is quite the slab of meat. It's just meat. Bacon, at least 24 slices, just hunks of prosciutto ham that's just kind of carved off a large slab, and it's just on this platter of silver. So, I'd take yourself as some sort of king. I don't know. With that, we're going to go ahead and pause the roleplay. You're still down here consuming. Lance, you're in your room, continuing to do what you need to do to get ready for the day in terms of alchemy and potion making. And then Baxter is now entering into the room, and this is at the end of the 10-minute the actual casting of the ritual. Okay, so go ahead and call it kind of there that Baxter's coming in. Baxter has 2 helpings of the frittata with bread and things. It's just coming in with a bottle of wine that they bought. They sit it down on the secretarial table that's there, and they are observing your spell. They point towards it. Ah, familiar. Nice. Well, see what's coming to you. They sit down at the end of the bed. They fold their legs over, still in the robe, and they watch. And as you finish your casting, you see the spirit begin to form above the ritual circle that you've placed down, with the different reagents that you're putting towards it. And as they begin to form, you see a shimmering wisp begins to float and change a multitude of its colorations depending on mood. I'm going to go ahead and drop it down. I changed the name of it too. Okay. That's what it looks like. So you said telepathy is how it communicates, correct?
If that's how, it's up to you. If
Up to me,
that
it's
can-
your familiar. I'm letting you decide it. So
I think for role playing purpose, I think it'd be funnier if he can just speak out loud.
Okay. Well, so it can speak telepathically with you, given your requests. In addition, it can speak common out loud. Looks towards you with big bubbling black eyes, floating there. Hi, Master.
Hi, little guy. Guy, girl, thing.
Begins to float around, looking, taking in the entire room. Where am I?
Currently in a tavern. I'd get more specific, but honestly, it's very complicated with how you, I'm sure, perceive things.
World's only as complicated as you make it.
Ain't that the truth, little guy?
Floats over and lands on your shoulder. You can call me whatever you wish.
How about Pip and Poe? Pip and Poe. Poe. I like Poe.
That sounds like a
and-
great name. Feel I've come from far away.
Hey, look what I did. Look at this little guy.
Baxter looks towards it. That is adorable. Fitting spirit, I suppose.
Speaking of creation, hang on, little guy. There's something else I needed to talk to you about. About Ethra and us, killing him.
More to the story, perhaps? Wasn't expecting
Tad.
to make notes to your chronicle account of the dragon slaying. I can fetch
Well, this is-
something from my bag real fast.
Well, I prefer this being off the record, so to speak.
Oh, off the record. Well, after the night I just had, I suppose you've earned it.
And he's just gonna hold his ring up. You see this thing?
Ah. Nice prized piece of jewelry, some other lover, perhaps?
I wish it was given me to an old guy. And not in the way you probably would think. I didn't actually know him. But it's what helped me defeat Ethram. And I believe you might be in possession of something that might help us defeat something else. Possibly another dragon.
What do you believe I'm in possession of that will help you? Such noble quest.
The stone that you got. I believe OOC, I believe it's in his loot or his
The headstock
instrument.
of the loot.
The headstone. I believe it's in the headstock
Oh,
that you were given.
This prize, precious gemstone, I was given by one of my very earliest and quite wild groupies. The lute holds it. And it's always called to me, and the one that was hunted for.
Exactly.
Pulls it back. Wince at you.
Who?
We hadn't just spent the night. I might have thought you would be one of those
Who said who?
dastardly mages.
He's just gonna look at Poe. Do you know what this guy is?
Love letters. I
Hmm.
think he thinks you're thinking of something else.
Oh. I don't. No, no one sent me or anything. It's just by happenstance we were here. Honestly, killed the dragon, come here, felt like the next thing to do, and then we run into you. I think it's more of fate.
Right. Now, might have also been fate for those mages to assault me in the gardens.
No, no. I assure you, nothing like that.
Roll persuasion. Sits back down on the edge of the bed. Quite right, and I don't think anyone that was willing to spend the evening with me drinking and relishing stories and then throw me onto this bed and ravish me would do anything quite like those mages intended.
No, no, no.
Well, I feel very impartial to this. How can it help you? What magic lies in the stone that slay a dragon?
So this is where it gets complicated. For see, we might need that stone, but I don't want to take it from you, obviously, or nor it's hard for me to even ask if we could have it, bestowed on your friends. So you can always join us since the stone chose you, so to speak, or
Join you? I am no adventurer. I have no intention of slaying dragons.
something told me that was the case. But you seem more of a fun guy, and as I can tell, you're really good at it from what we experienced. Um, however, Doctor Evil. Sorry.
The standing
Anyway,
desk always gets it.
so is there a way I could borrow it and then in exchange, and he holds out the frost wand in exchange for this temporarily as a way for protection for you, and then I swear on, well, I don't really, whatever you want me to swear on, really. 'Cause
Look, I'll cut to the chase. Since I don't want to watch your mouth fumble with any words any longer. Or I might just put some finger to your lips. Partake in another delight. I have no use for what you hold, and this is hunted. It is those mages. They were after this. This is the reason I am even here, and might even be going further still. I have played in numerous places, and across the world, have felt no fear. But when I was ambushed, and that beloved paladin was melted, I had fear. This is why I'm here. This is the holy city. The very heart. Grand paladin soldiers. Is second to the capital. If this stone is needed for you to slay dragons, I'm being hunted for. I'm willing to give it to you. There's something you must promise me.
what is that?
Someday you will return to me. You will tell me of your story. I will have a first take, if you will. The accounts of the legendary Pip.
That I can assure you, me being a storytelling bard can definitely tell you a story that you and you alone will get.
And maybe we'll join together, telling of our stories. And oh, part of me thinks growing old somehow.
Perhaps.
Maybe we'll do that to you, Pip. Fear of your loss of your life. I once was a party animal, moves to the window and pushes a hand at the glass. Drinking, dancing, fucking. Endlessly, all hours. Many years. Dozens of years. All of my life. What I saw was rays of disintegration. The beaming of green light flashing in my eyes, and in an instant, vaporization of that hunk of meat. Ah. I've had a change.
I can only imagine. I've seen
Settling
some
down
shit, too.
might have become a real option for me.
Well, I'll tell you this. Once I'm all done with this dragon nonsense, I will come back.
I'm
I
glad.
will tell you my story, and what happens there, happens there.
Then it is a deal. Reaches for the headstock of the lute, begins to pry it out with the fingers loosely placed. Holds it in two hands and points it towards you. For a moment there, you see the eyes flutter. Go and make an insight check. You see inside of their eyes is remorse, regret for giving you the stone. You trying to figure out why, you sense their emotions, pulling their hands back for a brief moment. It's always given me good luck. It seems so wrong to give it, but I care a lot for my life, and for yours as well now. This is what you need, and I will give it to you. You see them overcome what might have fell them, those feelings. It's not so dissimilar how you have felt of yours at a time. But perhaps they have that same connection. They are severing it.
Well, I could say this. Not only will I give you the exclusive, once it's all said and done, I'll have no use for it back. I will give it back to you as well, so we can both have our rings.
Perhaps so. Perhaps so. But you take care of yourself, Pip. He opens the hands upwards. And you use it.
Well, and in fact, he's going to reach out to grab it and then see if he can put it in his loot as well, like he did to his. See if it actually goes.
Oh, you have to carve a spot out, but yeah, you can't.
Pip's going to just be stupid.
Hitting
Like,
the
does
planets.
It fit into a ring that he didn't have, so maybe it fits into the.
Yeah, you try to get in there, it doesn't work. Yeah. Yeah, it's not
well,
working.
I'll work on that.
Oh my god.
He's just going to
See-
look around what to do with it.
A little puzzled, shakes the head. Baxter shakes a little bit. Well, breakfast then. Are you hungry?
Sounds good. What about you, Poe? Do you eat?
I consume the energies of the world.
We have a lot to talk about, my friend. That sounds.
So, offering you some of the frittata bread, obviously corking the bottle of wine, pours it in some of the silver cutlery placed in a shelving unit in each of the rooms. Each of the rooms in limited quantity, and there's another shelf outside next to the banquet table to have plates and cups and things. Lance, at any point, are you going to head downstairs after you do your potion?
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt, but yes, eventually he will head downstairs.
Okay.
So, fashionably late, but at least prepared for that.
Okay. So the four of you are downstairs. I'm gonna go ahead and now put on some ambiance for the tavern because people are starting to come in here after time has been spent. Not a whole lot, but just enough to kind of create some sounds here. And then as you come downstairs, Lance, you can see your party sitting in the alcove of that dining table with the two bay windows, the back right of the restaurant, east side of the building. Head for that direction. And sitting down, the gnome is actually kind of notices you and is a little bit following for a time, just kind of keeping a little bit of distance. And so as you sit down, immediately the gnome is like right there. Oh, you've made yourself down. Wonderful. What can I get for you?
He's looking over the plates, like trying to discern whatever the hell that was that the rest of the party's already had. Looks like it's made of eggs and some bread.
Oh, yes, a frittata.
Would that have been something served at any one of the gnomish colleges that he visited?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Big time.
Yeah, and he immediately recognizes what it is. He's like, oh, he knows he's in for a good time. So yes, he will order a frittata.
Wonderful. And anything to drink?
Let's do a tea. That's fine.
It is. Green? Black?
We have variety. Let's do black tea. Thank you.
I'll be right back. Still walk away. Now Lance sits down with you, and you're more welcome to continue your conversation further later if you will.
I don't have anything to talk about. I picture Donlin's just like not using forks or anything, and he's just shoveling food into his mouth at this point.
Like double fisting the prosciutto.
You're not going to use the fork you took from the Duke's Manor in the other universe?
No,
Holy shit.
that's my prize fork. That's for special occasions.
Oh.
Good God, man,
So-
I'm gonna have to start calling you the sodium soldier. You're gonna fucking kill yourself with all that.
Sodium
The
soul.
sodium soldier
But it's the protein.
with the special
It's
boost
all
of the
packed in
during
salt and
combat.
pure.
Yep.
So-
That's why he's
so
always
Lance-
falling down in combat.
Exactly. needs a little more water in his diet.
Yeah.
So Lance, we were talking before you came down here. Need your backup with Pip here. Like, I don't think we should probably mention this whole universe thing.
Yes,
Probably
that
don't
seemed
need
to
to.
go- It seemed to go rather poorly when we brought it up with someone that potentially had the power to destroy us. So
Yeah, and this whole man, the whole magic thing again. Like, I think we need to readdress that. It's been a couple days. I'm not sure how his memory is affected by time and all those noises we heard last night. So
to be fair, he's not completely stupid. Surely he remembers something. So I have to give him some credit. You can bring it up with him, but don't be too harsh.
I think Jack
I was
just
wanting
doesn't
you to
like
bring it up
Pip.
with him.
Oh. All right.
I'm just I just don't want problems again.
All right.
Maybe you are the problem.
I could be. You're right.
You know, it's possible. We have a couple of tasks to accomplish there. We could split up. Perhaps he could accompany me to go see Valria while you gentlemen go talk to the Lord about collecting this bounty.
That could be advisable.
If you're concerned that he might do something untoward.
I suppose
I
we should
think-
ask his opinion on where he wants to go first. Can't imagine.
I was gonna say, I think he wants to see the Lord because remember he's trying to get in with the nobles here.
True.
So, I mean, I honestly have no, like, I am, I don't know, indifferent to going to see Valeria and all that, or to go see the Lord. I don't really care which one, to be honest. I would love to walk through the different districts, though, kind of get a lay for the land here in town and see what's going on. So,
I'll go talk to the Lord.
You know, there's not going to be any fighting, right?
Sure about
Yeah, but
that?
rich
I
people have
understand.
good food.
You have just eaten enough food
Man's
for an
pickling his
entire village.
insides.
That was a snack.
That was a snack.
There's no way.
Do you see how big these muscles are? Do you know how many calories a day I have to eat?
My God, man! If somebody cuts your wrist, it's gonna go like a fucking water spray. It's gonna go like a pressure washer over there.
Where are you putting all of that stuff?
Into the muscles.
Fucking bodybuilder.
I mean, I didn't know that we were in bulk phase right now.
Bulk. It's always bulking season.
I was gonna say, I'm literally like training to fight fire giants.
It's all about them gains, brother.
Get those gains.
Oh man, Donald, I don't think you need to eat anymore. I'm kind of worried about you.
Why are you always worried about everyone else? Worry about Pip, worry about me.
Those would be the only two that I'm worried about. And I think I have good reason to be worried about both of you. If you can name one fight that you've made it through without being knocked out, I'll leave you alone.
Beat up the dwarf. That's how I got the armor and the weapon.
I'll leave you alone.
He didn't get knocked out by the commander last night. Almost.
That wasn't even close. I took 7 points of damage. Okay.
He hit you very many times.
He is clearly more trained in the combat than I am, but I can take it.
Hey, you proved your point. I will leave you alone now and not worry about what you're doing.
I appreciate that.
And I'm really worried about Donald. I think the food's getting to his head.
You know, who knows what kind of metabolism those little fellows got. I don't can't say I'm all too familiar with their physiology. It could be perfectly natural.
Have you ever heard of like a meat coma? Like, I'm really scared that the meat is just how much he's eating is really affecting his brain function right now, and how many hits he's taken to the head.
Oh, you're suggesting that the level of conversation we get out of him is not normal.
I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, I told him I'd leave him alone, but I don't know. I'm kind of worried about the little guy.
Kristoff walks
That's
into the
normal.
zealous flag. After some time having conversations, you can see Kristoff walks in, heavily plated in the plate armor of Mithril, has the silverish accents, has the surcoat of Falor, the silver griffin with the purplish wine-colored backdrop and the silver lace. And they have also a silver kind of cuff that comes over with a cape that form into a poncho. They have a great sword at the back. It is golden and bejeweled. Gauntlets, they're fully armored and ready to go. And they walk over after looking from left to right, scanning and surveying the scene. They see you all sitting at the table in the corner. The gnome moves up to them, asks them for something, and they just look towards them. They shake the head, begin to speak words. Putting the hand out, and they begin to press through the restaurant towards you. That they reach the table. Good morning, and well met.
Good morning, Sir Knight.
I did not have the pleasantries of meeting the rest of your companions.
Oh, forgive my manners, of course. This is Jax, Donlin, Lance. We have another compatriot upstairs still sleeping in, I believe.
Hmm.
Everybody, this is Sir Christoph, the paladin of Pelor, of the
Yes,
Valiant Valor.
I am Sir Christoph Cormier, the Valiant Virtue. I am a knight with the Lord Thalin Valor. I spoke with your companion, and they have informed me that you have slain Dragon Ether.
And
Ah.
the follow on to that is what everybody else told us as well.
I offered my services to take you to speak with thy Lord Thalin, Lord, if that is what you wish. So you are rewarded the bounty of 50,000 gold, and to bring you to the High Sunbringer Valria, as what we spoke about. As you, Professor Keenan, stares at you, longingly into your eyes, put themselves down, slight bow of the head. Breakfast.
Yeah, he had.
Have you ate?
We were just undertaken, actually. Did you care to join us?
Wonderful. I have already ate, but I will sit. Pulls a chair from a nearby table, props it down, sits down.
Yeah, I suppose I never told the rest of you. I believe the main reason we were considering going and meeting the High Sunbringer is due to my history and experience with the bringing the light of Pelor to the soldiers of Dreadmore and fighting the undead, offering my services to their people. She may have interest or need of similar things, given the current state of events.
Well, I guess the only question is where we going first.
Suppose that's up to the Escort.
So it sounds like our friend here would rather have us see the Lord first.
It is of no consequence. I always have a standing appointment with thy lord, as do all of the Valiant Virtue. Lord Thalin Lord makes themselves well known and accompanied to a great many deeds. There is public service as well, held for 2 hours midday, for anyone to come stress their grievances. Lord Thalin Lord is the brother-in-law to the king, Reldor Telthar. Their sister remain at peace. Served with great diligence and honor, they hold a high standing, and Thalin has always spoken that they are not above the people. The High Sunbringer holds lectures, studies, and prayer throughout the day. There is many that they put under their wing, taking hold. As of late with the dwarven refugees from Clan Aldefist, Tholnir, the High Sunbringer is tasked with delegating where the Order of the Light shall go next, healing and tending. There is some within the temple, but the pavilions and tents put up forth in the courtyard have served as equal measure to that of inside the temple. Thank be to the sun tree for its radiance, for the elements would state otherwise.
It does tend to get rather cold up in these parts.
So, with that said, I can take you to which one you wish. I am here as a humble servant to you. You have slain the great dragon Ether. That is no measure. And as dragon slayers and as heroes of this city, it is my duty as a Valiant Virtue Knight to escort you on the task ahead.
It is much appreciated. Personally, I'd say we should probably go and meet the Sunbringer first before we meet the Lord. It's up to you all. I don't know that I have a strong preference, but I feel like given that his meeting is probably more of an officious nature, that might lead us to longer conversations or.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
good.
yeah, that works for me.
Works for me as well. So, besides, if it sounds like we've made that information known to a few people now. If that word is spread, they may be expecting us sooner rather than later.
Hmm.
We go check on Pip.
You don't think that bard killed him, do you?
I mean, it is a bard.
Hey, look, I am not gonna go up there and potentially accidentally walk in on anything those two are doing. Okay.
I mean, you are probably
Actually.
the stealthiest of us all.
Yeah, I mean, why don't we just let Pip sit here and enjoy himself all day with them, and we can go take care of business.
That's true. We don't necessarily have to wait for him.
Man, I just figured he'd want to be a part of the conversation. That's all.
I don't wish to exclude him. Also don't wish to interrupt him.
All right.
I am more than welcome to interrupt your friend if you wish.
Well, I was gonna say we should draw straws here to see who goes and interrupts them, but
Well,
Drawing
if you're
straws.
volunteering,
I don't see any straws on the table.
no, straw, not straw, straw,
Straw.
as in like the stuff that is on the ground. It's okay. If you want to go do it, go right on ahead.
Oh, you're meaning hay, as in to feed horses, and to place on roofs.
Yes.
And to use for bedding.
Yes.
I don't see that
All of
here
the
either.
above. I'm sure there's some somewhere.
I'm sure there is. Are they staying in the Eagle Suite?
I believe so. It was the larger one.
Yes, that would be the one.
If that's
That's
the larger
I
one,
suspect.
yes.
Stands up. I'll be right back with your friend.
Appreciate it.
Before we leave, were we supposed to tell the guys that we wanted to come back here and stay another night as well?
It probably couldn't hurt to go ahead and reserve the room, just so they don't rent it out.
I have to say, I don't think that guy was a paladin of iron, that's for sure.
Well, he sure wasn't very nice. I'll just say that. Kind of. Well, I mean, maybe not nice, not the right word. He was a little gruff, a little rough around the edges.
I think he just took everything you said very literally.
That's fair. I guess I'm just not used to people taking it so literally,
Dex, do you like anybody?
I like you, Donlin.
Do you? Because you're always worried about me. You're always trying to get in my, like, I'm just
That
saying.
means I like you, Donlin. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't worry about you.
I just figured you were worried about me getting you in trouble.
No, I don't. I'm not worried about me getting in trouble at all. I'm pretty sure I can get away. That's the first piece. Second piece is I mean, nobody even really notices me. So
Everybody
I'm worried-
notices you.
no, they don't.
You were loved and appreciated, sir.
It's fine. I don't need to be noticed. It's fine. I don't want to be noticed. I'm just, if I didn't like you, Donlin, I wouldn't worry about you. If I didn't like Pip, I wouldn't give him such a hard time because I'm worried about him. Kind of the way it works.
We did, however, just send a paladin of Pelor to go interrupt whatever was going on upstairs.
That's so great, isn't it? You imagine what he's going to walk in on.
Furry creatures, anything. Who knows?
I like to think that he'll get in there and open the door about the time Pip has the stone and is trying to shove it.
Y'all are
It's not
messed
working.
up.
Oh god.
Rude.
Our group. What am I going to do with you
You hear a
guys?
knock on the door. Not your particular bedchamber door. This is the door from the double wooden door that leads into the hallway, funnels into the rooms, and then to the banquet dining table of the suite. You knock on the door, Pip. Baxter sits there eating your frittata, nearly finished, drinking the bottle of wine and the silver goblets. You expecting somebody?
No, not anyone that would knock anyway.
No, your companions would surely enter. Well, you wish me to take care of it?
No, I got it, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Don't dally.
Just gonna go and Open the door.
You open the door, you see a paladin standing before you, black, wavy hair funnels down with these golden, greenish eyes piercing into your soul as they stand there with a clean, chiseled jaw, mithril armor, the same thing I had described prior. We'll go into the details again. You are requested by your companions downstairs. We are
Oh,
to
for a
get
minute.
underway with the day.
Okay, for a minute there, I thought Baxter ordered something extra for us. That makes more sense. Hey, he's gonna walk back. Hey, Baxter, my friends are waiting for me. You want to go downstairs, or you want to chill here until later?
Well, we have the room until the afternoon, at least midday. I'll stay here.
Or that sounds good.
Keep the bed
Oh.
warm.
I like your style. You just walk. So, who are you?
I am Sir Christoph Cormier of the Valiant Virtue. I am a knight to the Lord Thalon Valor. Your companion
Hey,
met me at the mountainside at the bar.
were you the dude making out with the one bartender that we saw?
Looks towards you. The server, Jill.
Yeah, her.
Yes.
Jill. Yeah, Jill. Very nice. High five.
Holds up the hand. Thank you. The kiss was
Mm.
nice. It was warm and wet.
I'm sure it was. So, can a paladin? How far can a paladin actually go?
Well, I can move quite quickly when I need to, traverse a number of feet in roughly 6 seconds.
Just gonna look at Poe.
Poe stares at you.
What I meant was, do you guys like take a vow of like celibacy or something?
No, we do not.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Many of the
Good on
Valiant
you, man.
Virtue have families, homes, estates.
Do you have to wait till you're married?
No.
Oh, good on you, man. Hey, this is my familiar Poe. Sorry, Poe. This is you heard him.
Hello, Poe. I am Sir Christoph Cormier, the Valiant Virtue. It is nice to meet you. Poe staring. Hello.
Yeah, I need to talk to Poe more later. I just created him, or he just got summoned here. Is that where you got summoned? Correct? Is that how that works?
I was a spirit from the Feywild. You brought me here to serve you. So yes, you summoned me here.
Oh, he's
That's
my partner.
A little paw goes to your cheek and kind of goes through it just a little bit.
Oh, that was cool. Kind of cold. I didn't know we could do that. He's too stuff.
We should be going. Christoph continues to walk down the hall,
Oh,
down the stairs.
right. Hey, Poe, you get to meet my friends.
So Christoph leads you to the table that your companions are sitting at, Poe still on your shoulder. Christoph looks towards you all, standing there. I have found your companion.
Oh, excellent.
Hey, guys, look. His name's Poe.
No, his name is Christoph.
No,
Yes.
not him. Him. He's gonna point the Poe on the shoulder.
Oh,
What is that thing?
Christ, we have another pet.
Raises
you
a
being
small
attacked?
paw. Hi, I'm Poe.
Isn't he cool?
where did you find that?
I summoned him.
You think he tastes good?
He's
I
awful
don't
small.
think you want to find out.
I think he's spirit. And also, don't talk about Poe like that. He has feelings. right?
I have feelings too. Hunger is a feeling.
You just ate 2 pigs. There is no way you're still hungry. Is there?
On hearing that, you hear the gnome snicker themselves through. Ah, someone said they were hungry. You need some
Oh
more?
my god.
No, they keep telling me I'm not allowed to have any more food.
Oh, preposterous. You never have enough. Would you?
See, he gets it.
It is his job to sell food, technically.
So, Pip, is this another pet?
No, he's not a pet. He's my partner in crime. That's what I'll call him.
I have been summoned here to serve them.
So we weren't good enough for you.
No, you guys are good enough, but
What sort
look
of
at him.
crimes?
I don't
So
know.
I think you just confessed to being a criminal in front of the paladin.
Christoph, did you hear that?
I heard something, but I will wait for judgment. Holds the arms, stares, squinting down.
It's an
Just
expression.
curious. Has
Good
anybody
God.
ever been struck by lightning or gone up in flames when they entered this temple that we're going to go into?
No, they have not.
It's good to know. Well, Poe, it's nice to meet you, I guess.
You as well.
Right.
All right. Well,
Just
on to
be on our way,
the
then.
temple question.
Temple. I thought we were going to get the bounty or something.
Well, both. We had talked about going to the temple first. Do you have a strong preference?
Not really. Have you ever seen a temple, Poe?
I don't think he has.
Hey, cool. Yeah,
Hasn't he been
we-
alive for like 5 minutes?
I didn't create him out of nothing. I summoned him. So,
There's a difference.
well, I'm not a god.
Oh, speaking of things here, Pip, I think we're probably in some of those no magic areas, unless it's a very big emergency again. Okay.
I mean, a little late for that.
Magic is permitted throughout the city.
Oh, thank you. See, Christoph? He gets it.
Okay. I'll just be quiet. Wait until we get kicked out again.
Was there a reason why you
And
get
I'll-
kicked out?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
He likes to use magic on important people, and this guy's just a jackass.
We had a bit of a misunderstanding with a frost giant king. We smoothed it over, but
Magic one time against one king. Okay,
Yes,
and it
using
wasn't
magic
even
against someone else is illegal. I will have
Well,
to
yeah,
bar
I
you
did it.
and arrest you, bring you before thy lord for the use of such.
I wasn't planning on using magic
So-
against the king. I only
Oh,
use it against
yeah.
that king because he's a giant king. Like, literally a giant. And I didn't try to use hostile magic.
Just trying to bring up a point. Everybody wanted to jump on my case, so you go and do what you want to. I'm sure Christoph can handle it.
Why
perfectly
can't
capable.
we be friends?
I'm perfectly capable of handling a number of things. This
including
includes
himself.
Can you handle a joke?
I
That might be asking. too
have been
much.
told sometimes I cannot.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking.
Shall we be on
So-
our way then?
I
shall.
think we're on
Kristoff begins to walk away.
our way.
All right, so I don't think I've configured this map with the windows, but probably maybe we'll see it at some point. But this is actually a leveled map. That's pretty cool. But I have not. This is before the window change. So as you approaching westbound, through the courtyard, then north, as the road itself heads west and then builds up into that courtyard. The courtyard's very grand. It's lavish, has numerous amounts of trees within it that are vibrant and glowing greenish hues. And they don't have any effect of the seasons here, and so they're generally always showing in that deciduous leaves, maple and other oaken kind of structures. Now, they have their own kind of divisions, perennial half walls, right? Planters, sort of thing. And then the courtyard, though, is filled with like pavilions, like circus tents, and these sort of styles, different colorations of just whomever can pitch something and hold in. A lot of them are filled with cots, particularly small bedrolls laid out and then put above the ground a little bit, because the courtyard itself is very rough on the to sleep on. And there's many dwarves here that are needing of aid. There's actually a medical station that has been put in the middle of all of this. An aid station of sorts for medical as well as food and other drinks and things to hand out. The Order of the Light, they are those wearing white colorations of robes with golden accents, and they have symbols of Pelor, the sun god, the sun with the rays as they swivel outside of the central. They also have holy symbols upon them. They have satchels, sorts of medicine healers kits, or even casting their own magic, and they are helping navigate with the Valiant Virtue, the knights as well as the soldiers or the guard, Frost Guard, to hand out supplies, tend to different ailments of the people that are here, and also reach into the numerous businesses with their windows and they shop fronts that face into the courtyard that sell kind of like, dare I say, maybe knick-knack pilgrimage type items, holy symbols, things to take home with you, maybe some artisanal pieces. Then you have the Guild Lord myth as it faces out here as well. And so they're actually passing into these buildings, into these structures, to get items from them, which is not different than the Zealous Flagon. Out back down the alleyway where the cellar connects, they were kind of reaching, getting some things from them. So when you're coming here, the temple has a very grand entry away here. And these solid stone pillars that are bricked and kind of holding themselves upright support that kind of awning as it's roofed and comes over. And then has a balcony with these large vaulted semicircular top windows with stained glass. They're just massive as they sprawl themselves to near 200 feet. The balcony is lower at a point. It is only about 10 feet off of this main floor. You can see that it's kind of divided, and then the rest of that is just open space. And the same pillars that you see out here are inside of the structure with these slate stone that has been not marbled, but chiseled to have very perfect kind of celestial runes to them at times. Statues with water fountains underneath them, giving way to holy water, and the sun tree. As it stands, you can see it through the windows for a time, and the sun tree as it stands would be kind of like this bramble of branches that are kind of reaching themselves out from the ground and then unfurling them as they reach into the rafters of this cathedral, right, this temple. And as it does, it really comes over the balcony and through, and then it's wooden beamed with metal reinforcements that support the ceiling height of this grand structure. And you see as the Christoph Cormier, she's kind of wrapping around. A couple of the Frost Guards salute them. They don't salute back, and they're prized themselves to go underneath the awning and aimed for the entry, which is a double wooden oaken door of this darkened wood. And they pass themselves through, aimed to get inside here.
Oh, that's a cool tree. You guys think I can touch the tree?
I would not.
Not without permission, I think, probably.
What do I have to ask?
It's a sacred tree.
Now, if you're watching the stream, this is a leveled map. The stream view can't handle leveled maps, so all you really see is a rooftop. So you're welcome. I don't think
Yeah,
we're
Roof.
Understand.
I don't think there's ever going to be a fix for the stream view and level maps, but yeah. So
Could you assign it an invisible token?
they're looking at viewership of tokens, but it's the way that the viewership of the token works with the rooftop layer. And so because they are not selecting your token and moving your token, they will always see the rooftop portrayed for them. So
Good.
it's well, I'm hoping that there's a setting that the stream view will enable to be able to disable roofs. Because if there's all it is just disable roofs. That's it, and then we're good. But it'll always see the roof. So as you pass into here, there are people in here. There's some frost guard up at the balcony. There's others with the same colorations of robes, and they have different mantles, potentially ranks. They have sitting at the tables. Maybe they're about the grounds of the first floor. There are large staircases that descend into the depths underneath the pillars of north and south to this raised area where the tree currently resides. There are altars with incense and other articles for prayer and of service. When you came through the entryway, you could also see they had certain things potentially for putting holy water upon yourself or scripture upon the pillars, the celestial runes, and different sorts of prayers that would be given to Pelor, right? This is just normal scripture. And there's also banners that hang with the white coloration with the yellow Pelor symbol. It's not just the Order of Light in here. There's other clerics or priests that would be taking pilgrimage and looking upon the sun tree and worshiping it. I haven't populated the whole thing with tokens just for the sake of performance, but it does have a number of people that are in here studying and doing different things. Now, Christoph Cormier approaches, putting themselves up the staircase slightly, because everything is raised up towards the tree, right? The whole temple itself reaches up towards it. And there is one individual that stands out amongst the rest in terms of themselves. Their mantle currently resides down. They don't have it currently up, but they could have it, and it does drape with the holy symbol at the forefront of that hood. And then the mantle has been kind of taken off and placed upon the altar, but it has a few different sorts of celestial writings upon it that reach upwards like a branch tree, and the number of branches might represent their particular rank. They are educating a number of initiates here and going through protocols and other things that would be taken to tend to the sun tree, gather up the small branches that fall, to reuse them, to give the tree life. Right, these sort of things, going through a number of scriptures, offering themselves to the altar. And so Christoph just waits until whatever it is that they were doing here is complete. Then the initiates kind of move themselves away to form themselves in their own kind of places, if you will, or going down the stairs completely. The individual picks up their mantle, places it over top of their shoulders, and then Christoph begins to walk up. Goes down to a knee. I, Sunbringer, Valria Revan, I have brought you one that has seen much. They were in service to Deadborn Kingdom, fighting against the undead. They bring good, humble tidings from the seas afar. And I have offered to introduce you both. You are to offer any services of confessing. This one could be of good use to you. Hi, Sunbringer. This is Confessor Caden. Stands up, points the arm towards him.
I just bow gently. I am humbled to make your acquaintance. Hi, Sunbringer.
You see them stare at you, an older human female. They have definitely wrinkles to the face, maybe pushing roughly 50 to 60 years of age. The auburn kind of brownish hair flows downwards freely, and they do have a couple piercings on the ears, 3 in each ear for these kind of silverish diamonds that reside in there. They have brown hazel eyes, and they stare towards you. See as Kristoff just kind of steps himself away after standing up. Approach, please.
You mean us too?
Are you their companion?
Oh, you heard that? Yes.
Even in the halls of this temple, my ears listen. You may approach your companion if you wish.
Okay.
And ask her if I can touch the tree.
It is a pretty cool tree.
It is fascinating how it has continued to grow, given its current predicament.
Yes. It is much to the fascination of outsiders that come to these lands. How does one such tree grow in dark times? Is this something you
It
wish
is.
to explore?
I've always found it is a common misconception that the light cannot exist in darkness. I find that one is always present given the presence of another.
That is so true to the teachings of Pelor. Fine scripture that is taught even to the initiates of the Order of Light. That even in the darkest and depths of shadow, the divine light of Pelor is able to reach it. There are such places that exist in this world, far outside the sun, but yet light shines. This, in the same principle, is what happens, what we do to the tree, the sun tree. Confessor Kanan, you have a master that calls you.
Currently, no. As Christoph had mentioned, I had been in service to the Kingdom Deadmore for some time, servicing their soldiers and fighting alongside them. I came to hear of a struggle happening on this continent with the followers of Pelor. A righteous struggle they were undertaking against a fearsome enemy. Felt a calling to come try and lend my services in whatever way that I could.
Well, Pelor has answered and you've come. There has been a weakness from the Sun Tree. And in the last month, the Sun Tree has not reached anybody. It is not normal. You're more than welcome to reach and speak to it if you wish. Perhaps it'll answer you. If you are guided by the light of Pelor to reach these lands, perhaps it is to figure out why the Sun Tree has silenced itself.
So no one has been able to communicate with it for some time?
For the past month, we have heard no voice emanate from the Sun Tree.
He's gonna lean next to Donlin. Does the tree talk?
I think that's what she said.
It's pretty cool.
And how we talk to the tree.
Suppose the first step is to touch it. Is that we have your permission to approach the tree?
Of course,
Sunbringer.
everyone is welcome to reach and speak to it. Sun Tree has outstanded the Crusades, and before that, eons of conflict. It is a beacon of light. For any refuge to find themselves here means that they are welcome to reach to it.
Okay, I go touch the tree.
Not just a tree too. Hey, Poe, you want to test the tree too?
Sure.
Very eager.
The glowing tree. Are you not eager to touch the glowing tree?
OOC, none of you see a bunch of doors, right?
Doors?
Yeah, like door
Around
icons.
the tree? No.
No, just in general on the
Mm.
map around you.
No.
No. I
Okay.
see a lot
Not
of.
no.
Oh,
A lot of
I only
pillars.
see.
Good.
The only door I see is on the front.
Fantastic. Okay.
Yeah, it's the only door I'm seeing too.
So if you're watching the stream view, that's also another thing. You're seeing a bunch of doors from the basement area. So that's cool. I know. That's a problem with the layered map. You're welcome. Actually, I
Oh,
might be
that's
able... I could disable the roof. I don't know how to do that on a layered map. So I'll do... yeah, let's do this. I'm going to help you out if you're watching the stream. I'm just going to give you a theater of mind for now. They're in the Temple of the Sun Tree. Alright, so just sorry, didn't mean to pull this out of there, just want to clarify. So you move yourself up, and you can see there's actually grass growing here. It's very luscious and flourishing around this place. It has been cut down and trimmed to be pristine, and kind of like a turfed grass at this point. And you notice that it's not really the roots of a tree that are coming out. It's actually just a branch, like a singular branch that's coming out, and then that forms more branches. This is just a piece of the actual tree, not the tree itself. And yet it sprawls itself to near 200 feet in terms of height, all the way to the rafters of this temple. It's massive. And then goes wide all the way through it. It has this white coloration of this bark. It's not like an ashen bark, but you can see hints of other things kind of coming through in pigments. And it's just the white that drapes over maybe a brownish color. And it has a warmth to it, a radiance. It's not hot, it's just warm. It's pleasant. It's like a hug drapes over you as you approach it. High Sunbringer watches eagerly, and you see as Kristoff approaches the side of the High Sunbringer. The High Sunbringer immediately grabs some incense, lights them, begins to speak in celestial prayer to give you all good fortune. Hope that you can reach the Sun Tree where they and the Order of Light and others have not. Who's the first to touch the tree?
Oh.
Well, it's either
I feel
Pip or
like-
Donlin.
It's probably Donlin. Yeah, I don't know. It's up to them.
He's probably the
Doesn't
most
matter.
eager.
Those two like sprinted up to the tree.
It's a
Look,
tree that can
it's-
talk.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a talking tree. What? Why are you guys not as excited about the talking tree?
Because it's a
Lance
talking
will-
tree.
Lance will probably
Yeah.
be last because he wants to see what happens when you guys touch the tree first.
We get to be the guinea pigs. Yeah.
Indeed.
In a change of fate pose, the one that touches the tree first.
Donlin, you make your way up and you grab your hand, you place it into the bark, and feel that warmth, that radiance hugging you, and a light begins to form around your hand and begins to grow up, almost like a handshake, just holds your hand there. And then you begin to hear a voice penetrate through your mind, very giddy, innocent, young. Hi!
You the sun tree?
I am!
Thought you weren't talking to people.
No, I'm not!
What? No, but you're talking to me.
Yeah!
Oh, hi, I'm Donlin.
Hi, Donlin. I'm what they call the Sun Tree.
We just went over that.
We did? Yeah, we did.
So why aren't you talking to people? You okay?
Yes.
Are they all a bunch of idiots?
Maybe not. I get told to talk. When to talk. I feel I needed to talk to you. I'm not sure why. But we're talking. Who's next to touch the tree?
Probably Pip in the eagerness.
Yep, you touch the tree as well. Same time. Begin to develop your hand. Yes.
As I say, does there seem to be, from a third party perspective, not touching the tree, does there seem to be any reaction from Donlin when he touches the tree? Like any verbal
Donlin, are you
shock
speaking-
from being spoken to?
Yeah, it's up to you, Donlin. Donlin, are you shocked by that? Or are you speaking out loud when you're speaking? Or are you speaking your mind?
I feel like Donlin would be speaking out loud because he doesn't understand the whole telepathy thing.
Okay,
So,
there you go. There's your answer line. You can see the
I-
reaction as well as the words spoken. If you begin to touch the tree, your hand also begins to be enveloped. You hear the voice of the sun tree. Oh, there's another! You have a friend. It's wonderful.
Oh, you talk. You do talk. This is so cool.
I do
I
talk.
don't know if I'd call him a friend.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh.
like acquaintances.
well, you fought together.
How do you know we fought together? Are you like a magic tree? Well, obviously you're talking, so obviously you're magic. Are you like a telepathic? Like, can you read our thoughts?
Yes. That's how I'm speaking to you now. I'm reaching to your mind, to your soul.
Oh, that's not creepy.
It's not. Let my warmth and radiance fill you.
No, it's a
Feel
little
something
creepy.
warm inside yourself, growing in your belly.
Does it
So-
taste like mead?
Ooh.
Here,
Different deity.
different deity.
More like somebody peed the covers. It was like,
Who's next to touch the tree?
Between me and Kanan at this point, you want first go?
I think Kanan is a little bit taken aback by the fact that Donlin just started having a conversation out loud. So he's more just like listening and trying to figure out like what they're talking about.
I'll go ahead and touch it then. I kind of figured Donald's going to start talking to himself at some point with all the hits he's taken to the head.
Oh, there's another. Oh, so many voices, souls.
He's gonna be worried about you. That's his thing. I don't know.
Yeah, he does that a lot.
I feel compelled to reach out to all of you. There's something inside of you. Something powerful.
That's kind of cool.
My father guides me. I feel that I must speak to you.
Who's your father?
Halor,
No.
they are known to
Should've
you
thought
as
that
the
come
sun god.
That's pretty cool, having a god as a father.
It is told to me that they are my father. And I have felt the same connection from father to son, or mother to daughter, or parent to child. This is what I call. My knowledge is your knowledge.
So
Can you talk to him?
I can try to reach them, but there has been darkness, and I only get the tendrils of feeling now.
Kind of darkness.
I have felt compelled to close myself off, but for some reason, when you all touched, I needed to open up. There is a corruption spreading in my roots.
Like someone's corrupting you? Or something?
It's for you to figure out.
Are you gonna pay us?
Feel a warmth inside of your soul.
Oh, that feels cool. You do this more if we take care of the darkness?
I'm bound to spread the divine light of Palor to all who come. I must push away the darkness, and for you, I will give you the light.
Ooh, that sounds cool. I want the light. What about you, Jax? Do you want the light?
I appreciate the offer, but I'm okay right now. I'm just kind of here to listen, see what's going on.
Seth puts a hand on the High Sunbringer. Shakes the head. High Sunbringer looks. Just a prayer.
Hey, Kanan, you should touch the tree.
It sounds like you're having quite a conversation, Lance. In your precise opinion, do you think that they could be hallucinating? Something in the breakfast, maybe?
Well, it's not maybe not so much the breakfast, but if it has any sort of hallucinogenic sap, it could be kind of a contact poison.
It said it's the son of Pelor, the sun god.
Ah, but that's the sun tree.
There have been cults founded around weirder things.
I find it curious that it won't speak to its high priestess, but it'll speak to likes of you. Us.
He says we're powerful.
Why wouldn't he talk to me? I'm a nice person. Maybe
Yes,
everyone
yes.
else here is just rude.
Moves over to you, Caden. You are indeed very powerful. Stares right at you. For you have slain great dragon Ether.
True, I suppose.
The meat sweats. What is that? Okay, hold on. I'll have a character. There's a beer fest? Beer fest where they find him in the fridge. The wife finds him in the fridge, and he's covered in just meat from head to toe. And he's like, what is that? I forget what his name is. Pile or something. He's like, landfill or something like that. Landfill. Comes up to him, he's like, are you okay? He thinks he's dead. He's like, ham. He just like continues to eat, waking him up. Oh man. That reminds me of your character right now. For some reason, I don't know.
That's pretty much Donlin.
That's accurate, yeah.
Hey, Poe, can you feel this?
The energies of the world are limitless. I can feel. It smiles.
And Furball's gonna eat the
Yes,
tree.
yes.
Fucking Kirby is what it is.
The Wispy Woods fight. Here we go.
I guess, Kaden, this is like your god, and you don't want to talk to his son. It's kind of rude. I'm sorry.
Didn't want to interrupt. You seem to be having quite the conversation.
He's very nice. You're very nice. I'm sorry to talk to you like you're not there.
I'm used to a different path of communication. This is a new experience.
Maybe
He's
I
scared.
missed it coming in here, but we were told you weren't talking to anybody.
No. I have not.
Oh, I think you missed the part about the darkness.
The darkness.
Yeah. Apparently he's like being corrupted.
From where?
Good question. Is it
He
coming
said it
from
roots.
the roots? So the roots.
The roots myself grow deep and throughout the city. I was once not buried, but I was above the surface, hundreds upon hundreds of feet tall.
You missed the surface?
I do not know what it looked like, only that I was told that I was there. Now I'm somewhere else, deeper into the earth.
I kind of feel bad for you, man. You're trapped in somewhere. Everyone just wants you to talk to them all day.
I am not trapped. I'm rooted to this plane, to this world, to spread the light. It is my duty. I am bound. It is an honor.
Oh, well, I mean, as long as you're okay with it, I guess.
Just curious here. The corruption. Do you have a direction? Maybe?
I do not.
This is.
I can only feel it brewing and building.
Do you think he's gonna speak this one telepathically? Do you think it's anyone here doing anything to you?
You're speaking what?
Through the not saying this out loud.
Not saying out loud. You're
telepathically.
asking the tree if anybody hears.
Yeah.
I cannot feel the souls and spirits until they touch me. They must come to me, not for me to go to them. Not unless they are willing, their own free will.
Have any of them tried to touch you recently? He's gonna point to the people. at the
Mentally
night.
point.
Mentally point. Are you gonna physically point or mentally?
Nod
just
the
project?
head, kind of just.
Just
close.
many have tried to reach me, but I have been shut off. None of them seem to hold the key to unlocking. Not like all of you. It must be my father. They wanted me to speak to you, to tell you what is happening. I do not know why, nor where.
Okay, so we gotta find out what's corrupting you, but it could be anywhere.
It cannot just be
let's-
anywhere. It must be where my roots go, where I am. It is the city.
So it's in the city. Okay, that's good.
Anyone got a shovel? I'll dig down.
But how far do
is
you
it?
go?
Do not know. My roots go far, deep. I am told I encompass the city. This is the information I tell you.
So
There
we
is
must
one that
explore
tends
this-
to me greater than most. The High Sunbringer, Valria. She is a kindred spirit, innocent at heart. She may know more. She may
And
have
she doesn't-
reached to me, but yet I cannot speak to them.
Okay. Yo, Kanan, you really gotta touch this tree, man. Like,
So the whole time this has been going on, after sort of hearing what people were, because it sounds like at least half of them were talking out loud. Kanan is going to have reached up and not actually touch the tree, but just sort of like laying hands without touching, like if he was trying to bless it or something.
Okay.
Just sort of hold his hand over it, and he's just gonna like close his eyes and be muttering prayers and stuff, and he's essentially trying to make it look like he's behind some of this without actually having to do anything.
Make a performance check.
I need to check something real quick. Yep.
Oh my god.
Oh, damn.
24 says you're performing. Speaking of celestial, you notice that Kristoff has done the same thing, pressing their hand in the direction, imitating your performance.
I think he's scared of you, man. I'm sorry, tree.
Hey, Lance, you should touch this. Kind of cool.
Yeah, Lance, why aren't you touching the tree? I thought your scientific mind would love to touch a talking tree.
Well, it's more like because talking could just be in your head caused by hallucinogens, but
My one way to find out: touch the tree.
okay, what the hell? Touch the
That's-
tree.
Hope you're happy, Donlin. You just bullied him into it.
Develops your hand. Oh, there's another.
Yes,
Hi.
there's quite a few of us. Hi. How are you today?
I'm doing okay.
He's
that's-
corrupted.
Ah,
Yeah, there's some darkness at his roots. He wants us to go take care of it.
Darkness is brewing.
what? Somebody forgot to shut off the coffee pot or something?
He didn't say it was brewing in dark. Like,
Did you say darkness is brutal? Anyway, shared
I think he's dying.
underground, like in a cave or something.
My roots spread far. Much of me is underground.
Okay. So
We said Valria would know more about where.
So he's just gonna Pip's gonna turn and look at the high priestess. Hey, Miss High Priestess. The tree says you'll know. What was it?
Where its roots are.
Yeah, where the roots are. Do you know where the roots are?
The roots of the sun tree grow throughout the city. There are many that spread. It has been long of eons. There is many documents that tell where they meet or might not meet. Why do you need to know this? It is a miracle that you are able to speak to the sun tree. What has it told you?
says there's a darkness.
You said it's. He's just gonna in his mind again. You said she's trustworthy, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll tell her. He says he's corrupted by darkness, and he needs us to help him.
Sun tree is corrupted by darkness.
Yeah.
So that's why he won't talk to people.
Looks towards Kristoff. I will gather the Order of the Light. We will hold a ceremony around the sun tree to ward and protect it. You must speak to the Lord Thalon Valor. It is of great and paramount importance that no harm comes to the sun tree.
Anything else you want us to tell her, by the way, Tree?
Your presence. A warmth inside of yourself. Brief moment. Probing. Looking for something. Only that you were, and your friends, the only ones to speak to me. Maybe Paylor is the one who guided that.
That's really weird. We have a friend who is a confessor of following, or confessor and follows Paylor, but I don't think he's made it in here yet. It's kind of odd.
And let them reach to me.
Kanan, the tree says he really needs you to touch him.
Sorry, what? I was deep in prayers. What?
I think
I
your
sense there is a corruption deep beneath the
Yeah, because that's what I just
source
said
of
out
the
loud.
roots.
Yeah, I just said that out loud. But can you touch the tree, please?
I'm trying to help you maintain connection. I don't know that me
That's a
touching
hand on
is
your
gonna.
shoulder, Kane. Kristoff does. You have spoken to the sun tree. We know there is something brewing. Corruption. We must make way to the Lord at once to inform them.
Indeed, this. For those of you that do not know, this tree, presumably the reason that it was buried is it was a target of the Black Hand many years ago. They sought to corrupt this tree. If it has found itself corrupted again, it could very well be that they are at work within this very city.
Who's a Black Hand?
Hey, Tree, do you know a Black Hand?
Tree reaches, you connect. It is my enemy. They're
Yep,
told they
that's-
tried to kill me.
Yep, what he said checks out. Black Hand's evil.
You act like Kanan would lie to us.
As much as this is a miracle to continue to speak to the sun tree, I must urge haste. We should push to the
Fine.
Lord and inform them of what has happened. Sunbringer can handle this.
Can I get some of that warmth for the road, please? That was really nice, actually.
You can have it. It will last for you for the entire day.
Well, thanks, Mr. Tree.
You're welcome.
What?
Hey, I want some too.
You can have it too. Here you go.
I like this tree.
Donald's just doing it to compare which warmth is better, the warmth of the tree or the warmth of the mead.
So, like, he's gonna chug mead while holding the tree.
Yeah.
Man, it's just gonna spontaneously combust. Too warm.
He's just gonna become a fire elemental, just on fire.
The good paladin is correct. We should inform those in power of what has transpired. High Sunbringer, we thank you for your hospitality and offering us this chance to commune with Pelor.
He says thank you if you didn't hear him. All right, Mr. Tree. I guess we gotta go now. We'll be back.
Hey, see you soon. Well,
He's
not
gonna
see
look-
you. I will feel you.
Can't wait
That
to
sounds
see-
weird. Don't say that to anyone ever again.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Dude, you just bullied the son of a god.
High Sunbringer looks
This-
towards you. Puts their hand
Bad
outwards
Jesus.
towards you, Kanan. Your confessions are more than welcome at the temple, but I feel you have been guided for something else. Perhaps after the shadow and corruption is removed.
Wherever there is shadow and corruption, you will find me.
I appreciate you all reaching to the Sun Tree and speaking with it. You must hold something within yourselves to unlock what it was that was bound. It is for you and for you alone. You have been guided now, but the light of Pelor. You must answer that light. I will coordinate with the Order of the Light here, placing wars about the tree, in hopes push past and heal the tree.
Can you spare a couple to figure out where the roots are? You said there was some old documents somewhere. I don't do a lot of reading, so like if y'all could read those.
I will go
I
to
didn't
the
even know
archives
trees
below
could
the
come.
temple, and I will try to find such documents and see where these roots have pulled through. But I must tell you, the Sun Tree continues to grow endlessly. The roots encompass many miles. It will be difficult.
Well, we gotta figure it out. That's a nice tree, and he's very nice, and I don't want to see him hurt.
Speak to the Lord Thou and Falor. They will know what to do best. They've been blessed, dare I say chosen by Pelor.
Has he tried touching the tree?
Lord Thou and Falor has, and no answer came to them.
He's not a true chosen then.
That's what I was gonna say.
What do you
Meet
mean
the
by
man
that?
before you make his
Not a
measure.
true chosen. Looks towards you, Dominic.
Oh God.
I mean, I talked to my deity.
Gustav pushes past as if to make haste to ignore the conversation.
We should really be going.
Oh,
So
okay.
sad.
I'll tell you that story later.
Please do. I will listen. I will
Next
see
time
you
you need-
soon.
Bye.
The hand. May the blessings of light be upon you, always and endlessly. Push away the shadows. They used to mutter themselves in prayer. You see
Bye,
one-
Grandma.
And also with you.
Bye, Grandma.
Question mark.
Begins to
Yeah,
gather
next
some of
time
the
enjoy
initiates. Yeah, begins to gather some of the initiates and as well as others to begin to coordinate prayer and warding upon this place.
Should have touched the tree. Kanan, that was a nice tree.
Did seem rather magnificent.
I was about to push you into the tree.
That would have been rude.
Well, I think it said you had to act on a free will or something, so I don't know if pushing him would have worked. But you really should have texted him next time. Get the warm fuzzies. And you get to get it all day. Be nice.
I feel that way every day. Pelor is always with me.
So, Gustav pushes past, interacts with a couple of the Frost Guard, begins to point directions, commanding to lock down the temple. Also, get more from the courtyard of Valiant Virtue to push in and clear the temple out of anybody that would not be the Order of the Light, Valiant Virtue Knights, or Frost Guard. You also can see the High Sunbringer beginning to coordinate with a number of initiatives to fetch messages out to other of higher rank to begin to assemble themselves. And they are beginning to use very powerful divine magic and incantations, warding the actual tree itself. And so the door closes behind you, the Frost Guard, as soon as you leave. and they begin to coordinate with themselves and begin to kind of move through the pavilion. You are making haste, so you're a little bit of a quickened speed here, not necessarily on a full run. And as you press through the pavilion and met with a frost guard the other side of the courtyard, there's actually horses that have been pulled from the nearby stable on the western side of this district by the frost guard that ran up ahead from the order and command of this Sir Christoph Cormier. You do not need to walk the rest of the way. You are going to mount these horses and be carried on the horses all the way down this divine road towards the keep. All right. Is anybody else or anybody doing anything other than going to the keep? Are you going to veer off here, say you can't meet them, that sort of thing? Because right now, Christoph is on a mission, given the information that's just been provided. And they're going to be heading there with you or without you.
I think Pip is wants to save the tree, so we'll be following.
I mean, we were
Okay.
going there anyway, so.
They should
Yeah,
save
stay
the
locked up with the guy.
What is that? You get money and save a tree? You can beat that.
Okay.
Someone corrupting the tree sounds like a fight. Donlan's in.
So we're going to go ahead and take a break. So kind of collecting information. We heard there's corruption against the Sentry. They closed themselves off, but seem to open up to all of you for some reason, some power inside of you. The High Sunbringer is going to coordinate the Order of Light to try to protect the Sentry as best as they can, and also fetch documentation of the root system, which is very vast and could be a number of areas that have been uncovered where the roots are flourishing. They've directed Christoph, as well as Christoph directed towards the High Sunbringer, working together. They are now heading to the Lord, most likely to tell the Lord what has happened, and is of paramount importance that the Sentry is kept in good standing and healthy. So this is now an urgent matter. See how it unfolds once we get to the keep, once we meet the Lord. For watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a 10-minute break or so we'll come back at about 7:36-ish p.m. PDT. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in a bit. Bye.
Bye, chat.
All right, welcome back. Thanks so much. So as we come back into you, we're actually headed direction of the War Keep. So we're going to keep us on here. I'm just going to go through description, create the city sounds and things. So as we move through the city, we're moving away from this divine district that sits at the center point of the city, and we're now on the main throughway. This is the same road that actually transitions, wrapping around the temple, getting to the courtyard, and then through. It's the same road you actually entered in on, back on that main entrance of the city itself into the military district. So it's just a long, straight road. It kind of sways from side to side at times, and it's the largest road that they have. It does have this name, this divine road that they use for it, and as it works its way through. Eventually, it's going to get to another courtyard right before the interior gate and portcullis that surrounds the keep. And that courtyard has a number of people that are sitting about on tables to the sidewalks. You know, some of the sidewalks are far more open, allowing the awnings of the structures to the north and south kind of coming over. Many of them are stabling areas, are the pleasantries for place for those servants and other sorts of entourage of nobles that don't want to pass themselves into the actual keep or the grounds of the keep to park here, reside here for a bit, waiting for the delegation to come back. There's also much artwork here, right? So you have marbling pillars and other sorts of decor to have this very grand and elaborate entrance into the keep's grounds before you even get to the keep itself. There's Mainford Guard. They're currently up top of the wall in the interior space there. And the towers that are adorned, the same towers and the same wall as the outer. They're very much the same in terms of structure and styling. Immediately, you see Christoph Cormier, who's on the horse, raises a hand. They clasp it to the shoulder. They lower their head down, and they bring their hand to the lower right side of themselves, opening their arms up as if to welcome and greet with a hug. The gates are opening. So they're immediately kind of churning themselves. The portcullises are raising. And then some of these royal silvered guard, which stand out above the frost guard, almost the same style as like a paladin, but yet not. They also are kind of heavily armored and bolstered, less like regal looking in terms of coloration. And they have more silver ink than gold. And as they come outwards, they're kind of forming in a formation of sorts, and they begin to kind of form. And as they do, they lower themselves down. They have great swords as well, some of them long swords and shields. And as they lower themselves down, they welcome a salute in the direction of the Sir Christoph Cormier. And one begins to approach through them. Sir Christoph Cormier. These, they lower themselves down, eyes adrift. Sir Christoph, we have audience with thy lord Dallin Falor. Urgent news. Make way. Make sure the rampart is ready. It's to turn the horse. He is Royal Silver Guard. At once, Sir Christoph Cormier. Turns around. They begin to move. 3 of them ordered, get on horseback and begin to ride ahead down the road as it moves through a very much natural, rugged terrain, flanked with buildings on the north side of the lists, at the barracks, as well as the south side of the blacksmith and other interior spaces. Noting, right, the mine, right, the Rock Mining Company, the same minerals that might be given to the 4 Frostbeard, also come into here, and they work through the armories and the smithies that are stationed here to produce armor and other sorts of weaponry for soldiers. It's a very desolate area here. This is like the mountainside that's pulling itself out to the actual city. And so it's very rugged and kind of hilly terrain. It's like evergreen trees and things have been cut down and used and like left at times and just open. And then the keep itself is made of this kind of slatted black stone as it extends outwards. It has numerous towers to itself. It has a frozen moat that surrounds it, so it's kind of like a gorge that's kind of around and has a frozen layer to it. And a drawbridge can be lowered down to go into the fort from the main side. But there's a rampart on the northern side that kind of works itself up for carts or wagons or large pieces of things. And so since you're on horseback, Christoph is kind of directed to take the rampart to get that ready. So as you work on the rampart, which is a bit of slate stone that kind of works itself across the moat up into the keep, you are then given into a kind of an opening that is filled with a balcony that sits overhead and many different wagons and carts and boxes and crates and supplies. The Royal Silver Guard, the trio that are in here, others left at the gate, or close the gate behind you to cross the grounds, and then they begin to dismount off their own horses, handing it to stable masters or the servants in here, and they begin to push away in the interior of this blackened, slated stone keep. This is a traditional keep. So it has an inner courtyard that is open to the air, and it has multiple floors that wrap around in a square to rectangular-like fashion, and then the interior hallways extend outwards into interior kind of chambers that are fit for bed chambers, servants' quarters, maybe administration type offices. You imagine there would be an underground, like a dungeon, that'd be here for a kind of a dungeon for a jail or a treasury. And the keep is not exactly that large. It could be far more impressive, but it's a defensible keep. It's very hard to attack this. You'd have to land into the interior courtyard or scale across the moat to get across the drawbridge, or scale up the rampart with the towers pointing down at you, flanking. There are several of them with many different sorts of arrow slits and crennials to potentially fire weaponry outwards, and even siege weapon on top of these towers. There is even a mangonel that sits on top of one of them to fire off rocks and stones at any intruders that would come their way. The banners of lore drape about the keep, and it's very paramount as you walk into this place that their decor is very specific. There's not these things just hanging for no reason to offer accents and things. And as you come into the interior courtyard, and you're going to cross that like a perpendicular angle to the west side, where this alcove kind of thing sits. Not alcove, but a tunnel of sorts extends outwards. There are trainings happening, paladins, kind of sword play. There's those praying at certain altars that have been constructed with marblings and things, and then you start seeing more of that pieces of kind of pleasantries and things that they might put in here. But again, it's very specific, right? So things aren't put in for no reason. As we come to the throne, chamber. This is a throne room chamber. Blackened throne has this black marbling that continues throughout it in the veins of that blackish stone. Then there's hints of slate every so often. The tunnel, as it extends out into the interior courtyard, has a shoveled kind of snow as it kind of comes in. It's been shoveled off of that, and as well as the pathway that you use across the interior courtyard. The tunnel sits out facing and is kind of perennial on top and then built in a little bit because there's arrow slits and things to the north and south. There's actually frost guard inside of the wall segments that are able to rain down bolts if someone was to intrude. You have double wooden metallic reinforced doors that can be barred and shut to protect this large and open throne room. And this is an area that you might see parties and other festivities taking place separate away from the dining hall. And so it could be used as that, but it's really just grand. There's numerous banners that are hanging from the wallings as well as the pillars that surround and support the structure. And they give note to many of the rulers that might have sat at this throne, many of them dating back to the Sular kingdom. And they are religious in terms of monastic traditional rulers. Even the Sular kingdom's worship was Pelor at times. And so there's always a hint or an accent of some sun god within the artwork and decor. Frost guarded here, as well as the Royal Silver Guard. There's a kind of this long runner that leads out, the same colorations as that of Pelor. And there is nobles sitting on chairs either side very plainly. a banner right behind Floor of the same silver griffin sits as a kind of regal paladin sits on a stone throne. It's kind of bejeweled at sorts every so often. And they are wearing not so dissimilar attire than that of the Christoph Cormier. They have more gold to them. Things are kind of polished, a little bit more refined. They also don't have a cape about them that is presented of sorts. It could be behind them that's currently draped underneath their legs as it flows downwards. In addition, they don't seem to have a sword right now, but they do have maybe a place they can put a great sword at the back, scabbard, that fits into the armament. And they are fully armored. They have gauntlets and all. They have different jewels and amulets, and potentially are magical about them. But they're simply sitting there, and they're listening to a delegation of sorts, another noble, a knight perhaps. They're sitting there and speaking words. There are others, potentially those at court here upon the chairs alongside them. There is a jester able to perform performances, and a large amount of people that are kind of observing and watching and tending and protecting. So as you're kind of making way through here, you're looking and your eyes maybe dart from left to right, and the Christoph just continues to push past, going right behind the delegation and not paying any attention to the Royal Silver Guard that are to the left and right, those of which, though, lower their head in respect to the Sir Christoph Cormier, knighting them and kind of giving them some respect to their knightliness, to the valiant virtue. Last words you hear to the delegation in front of you. And thy sir will give themselves to the valiant virtue. Under your banner, thy lord. He is the Lord, Thalon for Lord. Good. I will send an envoy with instructions. Your residency will be given to you in the Nobles District. I have a place in mind. We could use your training. High initiates from the Justicars are well met here. Fast and sees the Sir Christoph. Behind you, you all. Our meeting is adjourned here. The envoy will reach you, and we will speak further. You see as one of the delegation lowers their head. They three begin to work themselves out away from the throne. Sir Christoph approaches, lowers themselves to a knee. The Lord moves to the staircase, placing their hand on the head. Very briefly, with the need, Christoph. My lord, Thalon Falor, the valiant, I bring forth the Dragon Slayers of Ithrin. As the hand comes off Christoph's head. Arise, Sir Christoph Cormier. Looks towards you all. Dragon Slayers of Ithrin. The white worm clings themselves to the north and has plagued my land for many years. I welcome you to Falor Keep. Blackened Throne. Tell me. Of your victory.
Well, put up a hard fight, and my man here, points the lance, dealt a killer blow on him. And yeah, he did.
It should prove it to you. He'll actually gently, so as to not be menacing, pull out the sling that he made from the body parts of Ithrin and present it to the king as proof that this is
Approach.
made from his body. I would stop just by escort aside here. Kneel down, present the sling, allow him to inspect it.
Takes the sling and begins to inspect it. I am no artisan, but I can see dragon parts in this weapon you have made or found of white scale, bone. I am no dragon slayer myself. Tell me why. Why did you slay the dragon ether?
Because he was a dick.
Yeah, pretty much for that.
Lance just about like when you swear in front of like,
There's only around what? I mean, he really was a dick.
That's
Proper
all.
term would be an asshole.
Gives the weapon back to you, Lance. Arise. The dragon was an asshole, you say.
Well, he said asshole. I say dick.
he had indisposed of us.
This is a
Correct.
story, and I wish to hear it. Krista, you don't mind. Of course, Malone sidesteps, puts to attention, sits down. Tell me, of why this dragon is an asshole.
Well, he killed my friend.
Yeah, he killed one of our giant friends. He showed up at a nice pub we were at, and I guess,
Destroyed it.
yeah, basically destroyed it.
Indisposed, a good, hardworking dwarf.
I know. I
Skin.
feel sorry for him. He was a very nice guy, and yeah, very rude guy. Dragon too,
You spoke with
But,
this dragon, and you lived to tell the tale.
and he didn't.
With great luck.
My knowledge of dragons is limited. I only was educated within the People's Palace, and of course studies within the Elder Society of Falth. Dragons they spoke of as being creatures that would kill, unless they were protectors of the land, not creatures you would speak to and have conversations. Tell me why. Why would the dragon speak to you? How would you know it is an asshole before you vanquished it?
Because he wanted to eat us.
Yeah,
He
and
told us as much.
Spoke
Pretty
to
much.
you that it wanted to eat you. That is why you call it an asshole. Seems fitting. I would not want to be eaten either. Out of all within this place, this settlement, this was... Tell me, where were you?
when we killed him in his keep,
No, when it wanted
No,
to
no,
eat
no,
you.
destroyed the inn.
Yes, the inn.
This was in High Rock.
Ah, yes. Why did it want to, for all of the citizens of the mining town, want you?
well, no one said he wanted us. He just came into the tavern.
Not to disrespect the king, but I briefly lean over towards anyone who will listen. Should we tell him about the ships that attacked against the boats?
I mean, yeah,
There was a whole nother timeline.
Oh god,
As
here we
you're
go.
Whispering to yourself, Kristoff moves forward, kneels. My lord,
We-
there is another urgent matter to attend to. I must speak and interrupt.
oh yes,
Speak freely,
that
Sir
one.
Kristoff Cormier. There is corruption to the Sun Tree. These ones have spoken to it where others cannot. They have something that was able to reach to it. There is corruption in the tree's roots. This High Sunbringer, Valria, is underway, prepping the Order of the Light. I need your orders, my lord. The Lord humbles himself. Darkness brews. This is a term I have heard before, long ago. The end of the Crusades of the Black Hand. They are the only ones who have ever come close to the Sun Tree and corrupting, destroying it. It could be them again. Sir Kristoff Cormier. Unite some of the banner. Move about the city and see if you can sense any corruption elsewhere about. And work with the High Sunbringer Valria. And figuring out the source of this. You believe it's in connection to the missing people? I'm not sure, my lord. It is possible. I'll make way to the watch commander as well. And see about it.
I'm sorry. Did you say missing people?
Yeah, what he said.
Lord looks. Come forward. Yes. There's been a number of disappearances in the Holy City.
From all over the city or a certain area?
Or a certain group.
This is not
Or-
a matter
or
I'm
that's very good
willing
question,
to
certain group.
discuss with you. I do not know you. This was for the ears and eyes of my knight.
The tree told us to fix the corruption, so we asking questions.
I understand. You have warranted my respect. Twofold now. Let me give my orders, and we will speak. Sir Christoph Cormier, unite the banner. Find the watch commander. See what the High Sunbringer needs. I will send a message to the High Sunbringer, seeing if we can put a source to the corruption and put an end to it. As far as the disappearances, the watch commander may know more. The day is still young. Could be a connection there. Something that will put a puzzle together. Sees Sir Christoph, lowers the head and stands. Yes, my lord. I will make haste. Begins to leave. Puts a hand upon your shoulder, King. Tapping it once. Confessor.
May the light guide you, Sir Christoph.
Leave.
Do all paladins treat you like that?
Camaraderie, we serve the same ends.
Suppose.
He seems like a good guy.
Yeah.
Very nice.
My watch commander, Rangla Uku, and first commander of the Talthars has taken this investigation to the disappearances. If you are wanting to know more about it, you can reach to them. But for now, I will speak to you on behalf of you slaying the dragon, and now speaking to the Sun Tree.
What do you want to know more about?
The story. The slaying of this dragon.
Well, we and a couple of giants, well, more than a couple of giants, frost giants, stormed his keep. They did a lot of sacrificing for us to get there. May they have party with the realm. And we went, found the dragon, Etherin, and we put up a hard fought battle. Nearly killed us, but we, and when I mean we, I mean Lance got a nice killing shot, and down goes the
You
dragon.
kill one of them.
I can hardly take all the claim. My friends here did plenty of work.
You got the killing shot on a dragon. That's pretty cool, Lance. Don't downgrade that.
It is a great undertaking to slay a dragon, so I am told. I am grateful for everything you have done for my land, and as such, there is a bounty for the head of this dragon, so to speak, the slaying of the dragon. 50,000 gold be offered to those who have slayed the dragon. Before I am able to reward this to you, I must do what is custom and tradition of the Talthar, a law by decree. I must put you to a zone of truth.
Okay.
Okay.
If you are to resist this, then you will be imprisoned.
Kind of extreme, but okay.
It is not.
Understandable.
Do you consent?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Then it is to be done.
I don't lie anyway.
Oh, do you consent?
I consent if you consent.
You consent.
Five feet too close. So close.
So, as the Zone of Truth comes out, it begins to envelop around. Question here is anybody choosing to roll? Because you get to basically choose here if you are going to attempt to roll a save or not. So, question here is as it begins to envelop around. And again, this is a Zone of Truth. So, this is a magical zone. It's going to guard against deception. And you will have to make a charisma saving throw. And if you fail a save, you can't really speak any deliberate lie, right? So you have to kind of circumnavigate or try to move around, right, without hardly deceiving. And then if you try to roll anyways, Lord might know if you, and will know, if you succeed or fail it.
So he'll know if we succeed.
So the Lord knows if you succeed. And so the idea is this, is they're throwing down the Zone of Truth and getting your consent. They are expecting you to submit to it, which is expecting you to fail it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna bring it on, I guess.
Lance would absolutely just let it go. He's not going to contest
Yeah.
this in any way. Because
So the question is anybody contesting it?
Nope.
We're screwed.
One of you will speak. Who wishes to do so?
I always like to speak, but before I offer my services, I'll make a group decision.
I just know I'm probably the worst one to do it.
Now I kind of want to see how this plays out if Pip does it.
this is going to be. I just feel it in my bones. This is going to be another
On
talking
that
with
note,
the King of the Giants.
I will step back behind. I didn't want to do a Christmas saving throw. I just wanted to step backwards.
Yeah, it's part of the. It's
I
a zone,
may have
it's
been just
part,
out of it, I guess.
No, it's part
He's
of
trying
the
to
zone.
run. Get him.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's part of the
Boy,
effect.
boys,
It's
get
part
out
of
of
the
the
effect.
zone.
It's part of the effect of the zone where it will say every time you move, it's going to try to prompt a roll for you. So
Yeah.
I'm consenting to it, so I'm not trying to resist.
Yeah.
All you, Pip.
Okay.
Fine.
The party agrees. Then the party
No
agrees.
magic.
Send it.
We don't use magic on people no more.
I did that one time. It wasn't
This is
even hostile.
This is
only
how
the
people
second
magic.
time that we've talked to somebody about it.
Eh. So, what do you want to know?
I need to know which one of you is speaking on behalf of the others.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we did that already. That would be me, I guess.
What is your name?
Pip.
What is your family name, Pip?
Hawthorne.
Pip Hawthorne. Pip Hawthorne, what is the name of your party?
We don't really have one, although I like the idea of the thorn, but we don't know if we agreed on that yet.
That is too much truth. I only need to know that you did not have one. Pip Hawthorne and adventurers. Did you slay the dragon Ithrin?
We fought him. Technically, Lance was the one that slayed him.
What loot did you recover from the dragon's hoard?
What do you describe as loot? Like just everything we got from him?
What valuables, treasures did you get from the dragon's hoard?
No, he had gold. I got a wand.
The
Some other
breastplate.
things.
Hold up the sling.
Oh yeah, he got that. And some other things depending on what you consider valuable.
Riches, gold, silver, copper, platinum.
Definitely that.
Then you were given just for the slaying of the dragon. Well done. I imagine a dragon such as that amassed quite a hoard.
The first dragon horde I ran into, but it did seem like a lot, so yes.
I've only heard tales of such luxuries.
Oh, well, hopefully you never see it firsthand.
Pip Hawthorne, why did you slay the dragon Ithrin?
Because he wanted us dead.
Pip Hawthorne, why did the dragon want you dead?
Because he knew we could kill him.
And what in your possession, or how, could you kill the dragon?
The power within us.
I won't speak because the king did not ask me to, but I would nudge Pip and point toward the bane of everything.
And the sword. of
You have a
Vanguard.
sword that can slay a dragon.
Yeah, I think that's its pretty much purpose.
And where did you get such weaponry?
We got it after meeting. Someone gave it to us in a. How do I describe it? Like a cave? No, not really a cave. Like a. I don't want to say a temple. I don't really know how to describe it, to be honest.
Lace, you hold up a hand.
If I may,
Speak
a
then.
layer of a creature, a layer of a.
Layer of a creature.
It had just strange otherworldly qualities. That's why my companion had difficulty answering the question.
Ah, I see. You were in a strange place, foreign, unknown to you. And from there you were rewarded another sword that would kill and slay a dragon.
Yep.
What, Pip Hawthorne, will you and your companions do next? On your adventures, on your quest.
Well, I think we can agree we're going to save the nice tree. It was very nice.
Then we will speak on other matters. Moves the hand. Zone of truth begins to fall.
Nailed it.
You've got to tell him about killing fire giants. He might
Scribe.
be able to help us.
Accounted for every detail. Scribe shook the head. Fantastic. 50,000 gold pieces for the bounty of Ithrin will be rewarded to you. This is a large sum of coin. Where will you have it delivered? Or shall I have it brought to you?
I
Now,
think it could fit in the pouch if I hold it, or it might be able to fit in here. Pulls out the bag.
are you expecting
Here?
me to know this? I do not.
Oh, it's a bag of holding. I think. we could
Magistrate,
probably fit it in.
Fremont, come. You are needing of magical talents here. This human begins to walk around, old and wiry, the silverish purple robe and staff of white polished. Stands tall, waved hair, looks towards you. A bag of holding for 50,000. Is there already items in that interdimensional space?
Yeah, there's items in it.
How much? How much weight?
Obviously, I don't know.
Be
how
in
much
possession of
weight.
such a magical item, I'd expect you to know. To slay a dragon as well, nonetheless.
A lot.
Well, it's
Well,
more like we haven't taken the time to weigh what was already
Of
found.
course.
We don't know its excess capacity.
Well, thy lord, it is unclear if they can throw all of that coin in the pouch. I would suggest that we have it delivered.
That should work.
Suppose we just have it delivered to the
Zealot flag.
town. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sure they'd keep an eye on it.
Another thought. It's quite safe here in the royal coffers. Could we perhaps just leave it here until it's an opportune time to collect it?
true. Time is of the essence. We do have a tree to
Sure.
save.
Just wouldn't want to bother the Lord again if we decided we needed access to our funds.
That is true. I think delivery is probably the best.
But do we really trust that much gold to be delivered and
That,
just
that was my concern.
It is in the center of the Holy District. There's not a more trustworthy place I believe you could send it.
Can we have it delivered to Valria? She's kind of cool, and I owe her a story.
No, you cannot have the gold delivered to the High Sunbringer, to the Order of the Light.
I mean, to be fair, it might be the Holy District, but apparently there's some type of corruption. So something's happening that's corrupt.
That's a fair point.
This is your coin. It is for you to have it. If you wish sure to stay within the royal treasuries of Valor Keep, then we will keep it here until you are ready to pick it up. My magistrate and head of the Commons Guild is in charge of the treasury, as well as quarters of districts and housing. They are more than welcome to reach to you and negotiate this. We will speak of it no more. Thank you, magistrate. Lowers themselves and brings back to the chair.
As I didn't want to interrupt any of the conversation, but as we were walking in and all these various conversations were happening, knowing that I have true sight, was there anybody on the way in or around the Lord that is not who they appear to be or has any funny business going on aside from the obvious?
No, nothing that would be sort of ethereal or like a changeling or anything like that.
I feel very bad about that here. Like I'm being soloed out. Just now.
Aside from the obvious.
I have a target on me.
Now we will speak to the Suntree. On to this matter. It is of utmost importance that you tell me every detail. How did you commune with the tree?
You touched it.
You touched it. That was
Well,
it.
he touched it first. Yeah.
The high priest just was saying a prayer at the time.
Yeah, we had, as well as Sir Christoph and myself were all offering our prayers to Pelor in a combined effort to try and channel his divine light into the communication.
Must be that your prayers were answered in combination with what you all hold. Pelor speaks. I listen. You are tasked with finding the source of the corruption. Sir Christoph Cormier is already ahead of you, and the banner will follow. The roots of the Sun Tree grow vast. At the end of the Crusades, a long and vigorous war with the Sular Kingdom and the Black Hand. The Black Hand attempted one last desperate attempt to siege the Holy City and destroy the Sun Tree once and for all. They were united with very powerful allies, Draconian sorcerers. They were known as the Fenkin Krapodan. They were Red Dragonborn. They were outcast and banished from the Isle of Beer, the Wizard's Keep, the home of the once Barry Thune. After it was slain, they were sent away, but somehow they returned. And they were very powerful. Along with them, and the Black Hand, all would have been lost, if not for a guild of dwarven mages known as the Ruglok. They had invented a way of transmutation by Earth itself. They buried the tree into the ground for miles. Took the hands of hundreds of dwarfs, hundreds of these Ruglok to do such a task. Many of them lost their lives, but they did so. And they did it for their people. For after that was accomplished, the Sulak kingdom respected the dwarven clans as independent. They formed what the predecessor was to Inhobic. That is an alliance. Black Hand was sent to run. The Sun Tree was forever protected. It would have taken great effort to reach a part of the Sun Tree that is not protected. There is no place that I know of that the roots move through that is open.
Your Majesty.
Yes.
I am a member of the Ruglok of a different house. I am curious if there are any notes of the design of the protections that those Ruglok members worked on in burying this tree, that we may be able to find such an unprotected location. Any indications by there?
All
Notes or-
documentation of the burial of the Sun Tree was placed into the archives underneath the temple. It is stored there, or in the Library of Light, which is adjacent. The Guild of Lore and Myth could be a resource as well. Those three would be able to provide you more.
Thank you.
I do not know if the disappearances and the corruption of the Sun Tree are linked. You wish to know more about the disappearances. Perhaps running the Watch Commander Rengla Uku down. Finding out what they know more about this investigation would be wise. What I can tell you now is there has been a great number of passerbys and vagrants, travelers, that have come to this holy city and have not been found. Their room, their board, wiped clean. Staying in notable taverns, such as the Zealous Flag, or inns, Stormy Inn, or hostels, others that would open their doors as a bed and breakfast. All reports that come to me from the Watch Commander have said that something is at play. Magic. My magistrate has investigated that. The Watch Commander has failed. And yet my magistrate has failed as well to uncover anything else. Only that they have been removed of anything that would lead to a source.
Okay.
Frustrations brew in myself and in my watch. To know that there has been this many that have gone missing, and perhaps have had a fate of death in this holy city, is a mark on my rulership.
Well,
Yo.
as oops, I was just gonna say, we will hopefully be able to solve that when we fix the corruption with the tree.
It would be our honor to look into this matter on your behalf, Lord, and in the name of Pillar, solve the corruption of the tree as well.
My lord, I do have one question.
Of course, please ask. The throne room is yours.
First off, I should ask DM out of character, does ties between the Black Hand and the Ruglok, does that ring any bells? Do I know anything about that group? From our timeline and or from...
You would know that the Ruglok were not, they were not connected to the Black Hand, except for the Crusades. The Ruglark
Right.
were independent guild of mages within the Dwarven cities. They're particularly transmutation, kind of alchemy level magic, and really their talents were opening up the mines, entrances into the darkness of the earth.
Okay, so I wouldn't know anything about the Black Hand.
You wouldn't know anything about the Black Hand. You probably have a history that the Ruglark were responsible for the burial of the Sun Tree, but you wouldn't know like how or why. But it would
All
have
that was
to be,
pretty secretive. They all had their own
Yeah.
little divisions.
it wouldn't it would be more like the master of the guild or one of the masters of the guild, like, I've been tasked with doing something right, you all will stay here and I'll be back. And then they either came back or they didn't come back.
Fucking glory
Those that
hound
came back
bastard.
would tell the story of the battle, right, that kind of thing, and they did.
Yeah. Okay.
And it involved a shaping stone, is the best way I can say this, in a great grand scheme. So they literally shaped the earth to move the tree through.
Yeah. I
Um,
believe it.
yeah.
Okay. So then my question. I don't recall this Black Hand, of course. Ruglark is vast amongst the dwarven holds, but are there any penchant for rituals and necromancy by chance?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Do they have any penchant for rituals and necromancy? Are they a cult of sorts?
Oh, you're
should,
asking about.
should we tie these disappearances to them?
Oh,
With
so
a
you're
potential-
saying, are the Black Hand? You're asking if the Black Hand is that with the rituals and cults, necromancy?
Yeah, were they? Did they have the Black Hand have ties to necromancy and occultic activities?
Okay. You ask a very great question. The Black Hand were paladins of Bane, clerics, acolytes, the god of tyranny. They indeed had magic, necromancy.
I see. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I want to process.
Of course, you can take your time to process. My banner, my valiant virtue knights, and the Frost Guard will do everything they can to protect the Sun Tree.
My lord, if you would indulge me, I had almost forgotten, given the sidetrack of events with the dragon and now the tree. I have come from very far away in the hopes of swearing my services to aid the Talthars in their given endeavors. I was hoping that after we solve these issues on your behalf, that perhaps one day you could arrange an audience with the great King Reldor Talthar so that I could finally and officially swear my service to the great kingdom under the light of Pello.
Swear service to the King, Reldor Talthar, the Divine Throne. That is great ambition. And I will see to your ambition is met. Do this for my holy city and my land, and I will arrange an audience.
To God.
Also, you are adventurous, dragon slave, and the reward for the bounty of Ithrin is great, such as the dragon's hoard, as well as the commission for this investigation, and another reward for solving corruption. Do not expect you to remedy it, just to figure out who or what is responsible. Was that clear?
But if we run into them, can we take care of them?
Of course.
Okay.
One should not stop to vanquish an evildoer.
Have any of you guys ever fought a necromancer? Well, Kanan, you probably have, right?
Indeed, there were a few among the ranks of the Forsaken. I imagine if you go back far enough, that would be the root of all of those undead fiends.
Necromancy. necromancers, undead, dragons. Fun times.
Do you all have room and board here in the city?
Yes.
Did we-
Yes, we do.
Oh yeah, did you guys get another room? Did y'all pay?
You know, I meant to
Ah.
reserve the suite, and I believe we forgot before we left.
Yes, the Zealous Flag.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably go give them more money so we have the room for more than the next hour.
Yeah, so it sounds like we should be here for at least a few days.
Yeah, if not longer.
Sir Hemtrell. Silverguard turns. You will take 3. Accompany the travelers, the adventurers, the dragon slayer, and now, potentially the heroes. The Zealous Flag. Make sure that the rooms are paid for several weeks. Sits down. Aye, my lord.
It was
Before
very
you
gracious
leave.
of you.
Come close. Kneel before me, if you choose.
Mm.
Take a little step back.
Donlin just want to come closer.
Donlin doesn't kneel before people. That should probably be pretty obvious.
To be
See,
fair,
as
he's
they-
already knee high, so
I was
As they
about to say,
hold
do
their-
you really have to kneel?
Do you really have to? Oh my god.
Punch that shit back there.
Yeah, shit saying, fucking shit talking. See, as they hold their gauntlet outwards, you notice each of the gauntlets they have kind of a circular type symbol, kind of like an orbish inside of them, white coloration. As they hold it out, the right gauntlet begins to grow. A yellowish white hue, a great sword begins to form. The gauntlet press themselves. The gauntlet has a full ruby for the pommel. Silver and gold latticework spirals itself. The cranials of the arm guard that comes. Celestial writing spits into the fuller, and it speaks to the volumes of the Falor line as they press themselves. The blade then falters down, points towards each of you. By my family and my line as Falor, I bless thee, the radiant light of Pelor. May it guide you on your quest. Go in strength and love. Point the sword to each of you. They then take the sword and they sheath it back into the scabbard. Our meeting is adjourned. Sir Hemshore will escort you to the Zealous Flagon, and from there, you will go where you will go.
That's
Farewell.
Was really. I really thought he was gonna knight us there for a second. I got excited.
We're not that fancy yet. While we're walking back toward the end, so I hope you all understand where I was going with that line of questioning. Yes.
human sacrifices. Yeah.
So
Oh,
someone's getting a chicken dinner tonight.
begin a sacrifice.
Chicken had good protein in it. Maybe I should have chicken for dinner tonight.
Well, you need to answer a correct question before you get that.
I don't want your chicken.
Speaking of chicken dinners,
You think I'll phrase it, but so if they were just if the Black Hand were not destroyed, driven away, partially broken up, scattered, they've either A managed to reconvene or B some splinter group has tried to figure out how to attack the tree. I think there's something going. I think these two events are related. Correlation is not causation. But,
I do know, based on my history, that it is, and frankly, this is fairly obvious, but it is rather difficult to damage the tree. It is divinely protected and, in essence, of a deity.
But could a foul ritual funded by the souls of humans, powered by another deity, perhaps damage it?
That is precisely the type of thing I believe it would take. Basic arcane magics and things wouldn't make it down.
I mean, we're talking at this point some very dark, old magic that probably hasn't been used in years like this.
Most
Well,
likely.
I think we ought to follow those leads that the Lord mentioned about the Ruglark archives and under the temple or in the library. At least might be able to pinpoint a few locations where it could be happening.
Not to state the obvious, but if we're fighting potential necromancers, would they be in like the graveyard or something?
That would be a good supply of dead bodies, I suppose.
But they're taking live bodies as well.
Well, that's a
That
good
is
place
curious.
to. I mean, so look, the thing is we're talking about corruption in the roots, right? How many places around here are going to have a place where you can get to roots? Now, a graveyard might have some type of a, I don't know, what do they call them?
Catacombs?
Lower catacombs. You also potentially have, sewer or water drainage systems that might have access to roots.
Yeah, I would
But
imagine a city this size would need a rather deep well.
yes, and you have the need to, or you have a few things here in my limited experience, is you have to have a place where you can take a kidnapped person. You have to have a place where you could probably do whatever you're going to do to that kidnapped person. And then if there's any remains, leftovers, or the person themselves, or whatever you created, I guess, in this case, if we're talking, I don't know, necromancy here, like something, or a place where you can keep all this stuff. So I
That
think
was an
once we find out,
uncomfortably specific description.
I
In the
mean,
graveyard.
How many people
No,
have you
there's-
kidnapped, Jax?
let's not go into that right now. Let's just say that sometimes information is needed, and it pays well.
Let's first pay for our room. Then we can go talk to the watch commander, see if he knows exactly where they were taken. Even though it seems like it's a lot of places and they just vanish. And then
He
I
did
say,
also mention that some of the people had been taken from, or who was staying at some of the inns and taverns, even though someone at the Zealous Flagon might know something.
Valeria may know where the roots are at this point too, because remember she was going to read the archives for us, so that way I didn't have to read.
I think, I mean, we're
It's
going
reading
back here
bad.
with the King's Guard to get the room they're paying for, so that's all fine. But finding Commander Uku would be beneficial because we can find out what he already knows, if anything. So we're not starting
Yeah.
from scratch.
Yeah, I'd say
Curious to me.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Curious to me though is it seems like everybody that was taken was not necessarily a, if you will, a member of the town, rather travelers
Vagrants.
passing through, or temporary, or vagrants, or so basically people that would not be noticed missing necessarily can be explained away. In other words, travel comes, they go missing, well, they left town.
well, they
It
said
would
they
lead.
would lead some way. They said that they took them clean out of the rooms, and there was nothing left there. So someone would have saw them go, so they wouldn't be missing.
I mean, traveler
mean,
could leave them middle of the night, nobody's going to see them go.
True, but then
Well,
would they
I guess
consider it a
my
missing
point
person?
is my point is they're not going to be missed by the people who are in town all the time.
Compared to if you took someone who has a family, be looking for
Or a
them the
next
very
door
next day.
neighbor, or a relationship, or a shop, somebody that's kind of more permanent in town here that has
They didn't show up to the job.
ties and bonds to town. So, that's
That does lead-
it's very curious.
That does lend credence to Lance's human sacrifice theory.
But there's still a chance that they're not connected, right?
But,
Yeah,
yeah,
What's
possible.
not connected?
to assume so, might be going too far too fast. But the fact that they're occurring at the
However-
same time.
We are in the holy city of Othema, so if there are kidnappings and corruption of a divine relic happening at the same time, statistically speaking, I would be surprised if they weren't in some way related.
The other thing I'm curious about is if any of these are also related to Damodar and what he's
Well-
trying to accomplish.
What we do know is that a large number of dwarves were driven out by a silver dragon into the city to supply potentially the influx of refugees that are being sacrificed for the corruption ritual, blah, blah, blah. It's
Do we-
very possible.
Do we really know what Damodar's after at this point?
Us. He's after us.
World,
I feel like that's
Well-
a small term, short term goal. It's got to be something larger than that.
I mean, long
Chaos?
term, I'm not. Long term, I'm not sure, but I mean, think about it. Here is Damodar, and has been waging war with the Talthars. This is the holiest place that they have in their empire. If he can destroy it from within without, wasting too much effort, if you will, why would he not try?
That's a fair
I don't
point.
know. I mean, I don't know. I don't think we've met anybody else in our travels that would have the ability to have someone doing their bidding with this type of power.
Literally any deity.
Hmm.
And we've met how many of those?
One.
Kind of.
Well,
Point stands.
1.5
I'd say
if you count the
almost
tree.
two at this point.
But
I made half one.
Oh, yeah, so 2 at
Oh.
this point, yeah.
fair,
Oh yeah.
fair. I mean, I think a logical assumption is these are related.
Suppose we'll find out.
The-
but
The jump is, how is this, or is it related to anything that we have going on based on all the circumstantial events that have happened, leading us here, leading the dwarfs here. Damodar kicking up, it seems like kicking it up a notch. So
Well, let's just say next time we gotta be careful what we wish for. If we wanted more bounties, boom, bounties.
Yeah, I didn't even have to ask. He offered more reward.
I
It was
know.
nice. Though he did almost make me sad because I thought he was telling us not to kill whoever's doing it.
Yeah, and I thought we were about to get knighted.
I think more specifically, he was just saying that it was not required in order for us to collect our payment.
Yeah, well, I mean, but that's the fun part.
For you,
Yeah.
it's probably a bonus.
Yeah, I don't know about fun, but he did hurt. They did hurt the trees. So if we did find them, we should. I'm okay with hurting them.
I
Alright.
suspect if we attempt to stop whatever they're up to, they are not going to end it peacefully.
can I just toss it out there that if they are related, this, what were they called, Black Hand or whatever they have, or whoever's doing this to the tree, if they are related here, before we kill them, I can't believe I'm saying this because I was against it last time, but before we kill them, if they don't monologue too much for us, can we go ahead and ask them some questions first to see what the relationship, if any, is to what is going on with us?
No,
And then
I'm just-
Donlin, you can kill them.
no.
You guys always get mad at me when I try to talk to people, and now you want to talk to them.
He has a fair point, actually. So,
If they raise weapon, they die. It's pretty simple.
technically, they might be raising dead bodies.
Yeah.
A body is a weapon. I can hit somebody with a body.
Sure, I
They
don't know
could.
that that's necessarily the most effective method of combat, but I suppose.
Well, that's my point. Is it's still a body is still a weapon.
I
It
can't
might.
argue with your logic.
What if we, Donlin, what if we knocked them out first for you, and then we asked them questions, then you could kill them?
How do you?
Did they
suspect
raise
you're
the
going to
weapon at
ask-
me?
This paladin that's leading us back to the inn is just gonna be confused as fuck as we're talking about using people's bodies as weapons and shit.
Especially because it's the short person that's talking about picking
Sir-
up people.
Sir Helmshorn is just kind of sitting there. There's three others kind of around on horseback. You're also on horseback. So again, you're giving the horses some of the stabling area that's inside of the keep. I don't want to give too much into descriptions of the keep since we're just going to pop it in, pop it out. So not to overwhelm you all, but you begin to head out for the area. They're really just letting you talk. I mean, you know, if it's anything concerns them, any business concerns them, they're wanting to interact. But they're Royal Silver Guards, so they're like palace type guards. So like, they don't care really about anything but protecting the lore. So unless it concerns protecting the town of lore or it's a crime, right, that's being committed, they're not going to pay any attention to it. So yeah, they're just continuing to ride.
Yeah. Completely glazed over Jax's admission of multiple kidnappings.
Yep.
Don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so game plan. Y'all go talk to Wrangler Uku, and I'm gonna go talk to Grandma.
I
Who's
don't know
Grandma?
that she has a very high station among the city. I think you should probably use a proper title. I don't know that she'd appreciate pet names, as it were.
I will ask her if I can call her Grandma.
Oh,
That's
Yeah,
something,
but-
I suppose.
I'll probably go with him because that means I can talk to the tree again. The tree was nice.
And then we reconvene and we have a game plan. Y'all have the missing bodies. We have where the roots are. And then from there, I'm sure Lance can figure out where we go.
I'm putting 5 gold on the graveyard necromancy. Just calling it out.
I sure would like it. It'd be nice if it were that easy.
I do not want to go to a sewer.
We take bets on how I kill the person that did this to the tree.
That's
To be
easy.
fair-
You stab him.
A cemetery is really just a sewer for bodies.
That is true.
Yeah, but I don't have to step in sewage.
Graveyards are a lot more polite to the undead. Sure, you could just dump people in the sewer. That'd be terrible. You gotta give the dead some respect. Come on now.
There's a pathway to disposal, I guess is my point.
We usually just do fire pits.
That is a very efficient way of dealing with it. Probably more sanitary, too. Solves the necromancy problem.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, I mean, I was also like fighting other captured creatures. It wasn't a fun time.
Yeah. Hey, Poe, have you ever fought a necromancer?
No.
Hasn't Poe been alive for like an hour and a half now?
That's a good question. Poe, how old are you?
I don't know.
It's kind of sad.
I
Well,
have
we'll
lived
consider.
for a very long time in a space light.
That's kind of depressing.
Why?
You didn't get to see anything but light.
You can make a lot of things out of light.
Did anyone ever
Everything-
come visit you?
Isn't
Everything
he
that we-
technically made out of light?
Everything that we see is light.
Got a point, you know.
Yeah. He's pretty smart.
I might look at his braids sometimes, see how much he really knows.
Don't wonder how he tastes.
Do not eat my familiar.
Right, so it sounds like we have a number of things here. Are we going to be separating? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. Yes, me and Donlin go into the High Priestess, and they're going to the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at a minimum, it sounds like we at least need to go figure out from the temple archives where we could potentially even start to look for this incursion, this corruption.
Okay, so there is the temple archives. So there's an entrance underneath the Temple of the Century. There's also an entrance underneath the Library of Light that goes into the archives for some of the information. So, Donlin and Pip, you said you're going to the Temple of the Century to speak to the
Yeah.
Sunbringer.
Yeah, because she told me she would send some people to fetch the articles on that and
The
try to help
rules.
us figure that out. Yeah.
Okay. And then, Lance, you're doing what?
Going to the temple archives to look for these Ruglar records of the
Okay.
burial of the tree, essentially. See if there's any potential weak points where the roots could get out and
Okay, so you're
thus
gonna
be
go to
exposed.
it's the Library of Light, and then you're gonna be going to the archives. Ruglark. Then Kanan.
I guess me and Jax are going to find a Watch Commander.
You said what? Sorry.
So I guess Jax and I are going to the Watch Commander then if we're splitting
Oh.
up.
Okay.
Unless we're going to send Jax by himself, but that seems unfair.
Who knows where
Why?
they'll end up?
I'm just curious. Why are we going back to see what's her face? the
Because
sunset?
she's looking at the archives to.
Oh, that's
She was
right.
gonna
The,
look
the
for
roots.
the
The
roots.
roots. Yeah.
Because I mean, even if they are related, at some point we got to go to the roots anyway. So I'm just trying to like bypass that whole portion. Because I just want to kill whoever's hurting me.
Exactly.
Man woke up and chose violence.
They hurt the tree.
He
The
was
tree is my
born.
friend.
And he chose violence.
For once, Donald
Violence chose me. Okay.
The trees cannot be harmed if the Lorax is armed.
You didn't get. If you would got that warm and fuzzy, you would know. The all-day warm and fuzzy.
I pour some of my meat out of my horn into a water skin for Jax to give to the commanders, though.
To go cup.
You mean
Yeah.
Jax will drink it?
That shit ain't making it to him.
Well, when he gets angry that you guys didn't take me to go talk to him and he doesn't have his mead, then you can explain to him that you drank his mead.
Or I can just tell him that you thought he was a pansy ass bitch after the fight and you didn't want to come see him. You went to see the Sun Tree instead.
I mean, yeah, you can tell him that. That's fine. What's he gonna do? Try to start another fight? I'm tougher than I was last time, bitch. Quite literally. Took tough feet.
Oh God.
I think he finally has more HP than me.
Yeah, I almost broke triple digits. I was quite happy with myself.
All right. Is anybody going into the tavern when you arrive there, or are you just kind of heading up from there?
I mean, I guess since Kane and I are kind of going, like whoever, I don't know. We need to go in there and tell them we need the rooms for a couple weeks. Unless the
Yeah, well, the
Well,
paladins
that's what
are
the
gonna do
paladins
that.
are doing.
They're going to go in there and pay for it. Yeah.
they're okay. I knew they were escorting us and they were going to say they're paying for it. I just didn't know if we needed to go in with them. So if they're taking care of that, I don't think there's any need for us to. Oh, what about your friend Baxter?
What about it?
I mean, if the room's paid for, he can hang out, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, then Pip can get some tonight and tomorrow night and the rest of the several weeks that we're here.
Yeah.
You don't want to make sure he's still there and you're not missing anything.
Pip just found out there's a talking tree that's being hurt. That takes precedence.
Okay. So no one's
Pip is
going
almost
to,
as.
no one's going into the tavern or anything like that.
Doesn't sound like
No.
Okay.
I'll go in there and check on Baxter real quick.
Oh, okay. So you go into the tavern. You can see the Sir Helmshorn is inside there. The rest of the paladins, the Royal Civil Guard, outside, stabling the horses. You're also dismounting from the horses. In addition, here, you're not going to keep the horses for the rest of the trip of your city. They're property of Lore Keep. So, as you hop off of them, they're kind of tending to them, getting them tied up to the others to begin to ride back in the direction of the you see Helmshorn speaking to the Master of House, right? That was the Taro that was introduced out of character to you, and speaking that the rooms will be reserved for you all for several weeks, and that payment will be taken from the Lord, that, or the welcome to create a bill, right, or whatever. It's kind of formed as like a credit, right, in a way. And that credit can be either taxes that are taken, right, that you don't have to pay the taxes for a certain amount of time, or you may reach out to the magistrate Fremar Valorin, is the name of the restaurant, for payment if you need it more urgently. It is quite steep. It's a lot of gold per night, so uh, it's not a discount or anything that's rewarded. And then the master kind of motions for the head and kind of speaks. And so you're hearing this, Jax, as you're then proceeding up the staircase to the landing and rounding back around. And then you come to the double wooden door where the room is the Eagle Suite. And it's adored by that placard of an eagle that sits over top, elegantly done on the door. I need you to make an investigation check.
Oh boy.
You notice that on the inner seam of the double wooden door, right where the lock would be, a slight crack of splintered wood. Not there previously.
All right. I will now I will carefully and slowly open the door.
Carefully and slowly open the door. Make a sleight of hand check or stealth check.
Which one? Either?
Either one.
I mean they're both the same here, so
18. You're going to slowly get into the room, opening the door, leaving the backdrop of noise behind you. You listen. You don't hear anything. Fire in the place across the hall, down, away from the banquet table, the opposite side of the banquet table is out. It's gone cold. No one's put any wood. You listen. You don't hear anything.
nothing else looks out of place.
Nothing that you could tell from the eye.
I will slowly shut the door like it was when I came in, and I'm assuming there's separate rooms inside the suite, right?
Yeah, so
It's kind of how it's arranged.
Yeah, so it's a corridor that leads the room's flank from left to right, and then it comes into an open area. There is kind of an inner area where the closet is right here, but then you have a banquet table that sits. You can see that, and the fireplace on the other side, and then you have washroom and other things on the right side of that, and the left side is kind of a cubby alcove with the couches and things like that.
I'll look at everybody's door, and then I'll finish with Pip's door, looking for any signs of forced entry. I'll do Pip's door last.
So you look at the doors, and none of them seem to have any sort of discovery of forced entry. You listen at the door of Pip's room, and there's nothing.
All right, I'll go ahead and slowly open the door to Pip's room.
Slowly open the door. Upon that, you look and see the room is picked up. The bed has been made. No remnants of food on any platters, no cutlery, no wine, no backpack, no supplies, no nothing.
Like nobody was ever there.
No one was ever here.
All right, I'll check my room and see what it looks like and see if it's the same way that I left it.
You open your door, it's the same way that you left it. Hasn't been made, hasn't been picked up. No one has made way into the room.
All right, I'll go back outside, and I don't know who from the parties is still there, so I'll go back outside and
I
link back up with the
assume
party.
since we were gonna split up or whatever, that I would have waited inside, like at the bar or something. If you said you were going upstairs,
Yeah, I think the only person would be there narratively is going to be Kanan, because I think everyone has left.
Kanan,
Yeah,
can you come upstairs for a second for me, please?
sure.
I'll walk upstairs. I'll show Kanan the front door, the splinter of wood, and say, now come and look at this. Let's go look at your room real quick. Is this how you left your room this morning?
Is my room how I left my room this morning?
Yeah, your room appears that is the same state to Jackson's. It has not been picked up or touched.
Now,
I think appears to be in order.
knowing that, I'll show you my room. My room's the same way I left it. Let's look at Pip's room. But before we do, let me ask you, knowing Pip, look in the room and tell me you think this is the way that he left it. And I'll open the door.
Seems rather presumptuous.
You open the door. As you stare, you look from left to right. Something catches your eye, Kanan. Something with your true sight. On the wall on the side. Small little symbol. With a closed black fist. Left neatly. Hidden magic.
This does look rather tidy.
And there's no sign of...
Oh, he left his bond friend here today, didn't he?
He did.
You think he cleaned up and left?
I mean, look, have you ever seen a bard clean a room this neatly? Does this not fit what we were told in the keep? Our rooms are the same. This is the only room that had a person in it. And now, all of a sudden, this room looks like it was never occupied.
Why him specifically, do you think? Or how would they know anybody was even in this room?
So, few theories on that. One is they didn't know it was just him. They were coming for everybody. He was the only one here. Second theory is they've been watching us since we are new to the town and travelers, going on my theory of get people that don't matter to the town. And they saw us come here. They saw us leave, but they saw him stay, so they knew he was alone. And once again, it was an easy target.
And I suppose we could ask if any one of the staff have seen friend Baxter depart today, or otherwise have they seen anyone go up to our room?
Yeah, I don't even know if there's a reason to look for anything in this room or not. It seems to be pretty swept clean, if you will.
Yeah, if your theory is correct and they cleaned it up to look this way, then I suspect you won't find much of anything.
Yeah, I guess we can ask on our way out, and then we can go see the commander and see, ask him some questions about the other crime scenes, if you will, or the other places where people disappeared from, and see if anything is the same, and maybe get the most recent one and go take a look at it.
Perhaps it may be more pertinent than ever than to try and cook up some leads on these missing people.
How big is Othema, out of curiosity?
So Othema is a very large city. It is not as large as Bealder, Alathan, or Melandar. So on that scale, it would be fourth largest. But it is a dense city population. So picture Alathan being a widespread port city. It has housing and districts outside of as it kind of blooms its way out into the land. Bealder, has high-rise types of buildings, really fortified, kept to itself. It's more of a defensible fortification than it is a city. And then Merlandar is the combination between Alathan and Bealder, where it has these kind of sectioned off districts. It's kind of has a plateau and ruggedness terrain, but it has a grand harbor to it. And so Merlandar is actually the largest city. Olathen is second, but Olathen is the largest port city. The Alder is kind of in the middle ground. Uthema is above the population of the Alder, but lower in population than Olathen. And then Aluda is the smallest city on the continent. It's not even really, couldn't even really be classified as a city per se, because of population, other kind of amenities it lacks. But it is really the city of Ismar, right? It's the largest place. So Athema, if I could put a number to a population, Athema would ride in around 1,000 to 1,500 people that reside in the city, that are permanent residents. And a lot of artisans in the rows and other travelers and traders that pass through here will make residency for upwards of months through the conditions of weather and pilgrimage and other things.
All right. Okay. Shall we get going and find the commander and figure
well, I
this
think
stuff out?
let's talk to the staff on our way out. See what they know or if they saw anything.
Okay.
Let's head downstairs.
So you pass
Sounds good.
downstairs and you make way for most likely the master of house. There. So Master Talvero is kind of a pale-looking high elf, half elf in terms. Sorry, kind of a half elf with the pale high elf type of complexion, whitish silver hair, kept wavy, short, pointy ears, elvish features. They have kind of grayish reddish eyes, or one of the eyes kind of drips down more like a tattoo than a scar at this point. Noted it. They have very regal colorations of clothing that match that of the gnome, so a greenish hues with silver and golds. They have cufflink blouse that protrudes over them, and the vest that filters, it kind of hugs everything tight. Small black shoe with tall white knit socks. The pants kind of tuck into them. They have a belt. They have a few purses, but not as much as the servers do. Not really there to make change. And they always have a small kind of a notebook on hand to keep notes of things and such. They have just finished with the Sir Helmshorn, who has already left at that point, and they're just taking an assessment of various supplies to the back of the bar, counting through the liquor bottles. As you approach, they turn around towards you. They lower themselves down for a small bow, and as they look, they recognize you both. Oh, you have earned quite a reward getting the Eagle Suite paid for several weeks. It is a room that is difficult to get, and I can almost and assuredly assume that this is of the most divine and holiest of order. You have been blessed by thy lord, and we as gracious hosts are more than welcoming. Quite curious as to why, but it is here nor there. For you to speak if you wish.
Sure. Well, on that matter, we are on an important task for the Lord, but we were curious. We left a compatriot of ours up in the suite this morning, and he's no longer there. We were just curious if anybody had seen him leave today.
None of my servers or myself have seen any other one of your companions leave. Keeping a whole track of the suite upstairs, but if I do recall, there was 6 of you, yes?
Correct.
Yes, and your server this morning, for a number of you, counted only 5.
Correct. There are 5 of us and an extra friend that has stayed with, who stayed behind in the suite after we left after breakfast.
Well, no one from the suite has left after you all departed the tavern.
One other question, and have you seen anyone go upstairs, other than any of us, or perhaps unexpectedly? Has anyone had access to the room?
No one has had access to your room. I have not seen anybody go upstairs besides our servants to tend to the rooms that are vacant. But yours was still in a limbo. We had not received word if you would, and of course, we reserve your rooms until an hour after midday.
All right.
Just
Well,
curious. We've also heard rumors of people disappearing around town, and this place was mentioned as one of the places where people have disappeared. Is how many people have disappeared from here?
We have had only 4 people, travelers, that have come from afar, pilgrims, if you will. They come from various places. They have fetched good coin, and they generally pay for our most common of room. Those 4 had left. Now, I do not know if they disappeared or not. That is for you to decide, not for me. The watch commander, really, depending on who has an opinion. As far as I know, they paid for the room for one night, and they left early in the morning. Didn't see them.
Of course, because I guess people disappearing from your establishment's bad for business. Makes sense.
Of course. And I try to hold an opinion that would not diminish or tarnish my business.
Now that you've said all that, you already have our business just between us. What do you think about what happened to those 4 people?
Roll
Do you
persuasion.
honestly think they left? Roll a what?
Persuasion.
Oh boy.
Sitting right next to the most persuasive character. one of the more persuasive
Yeah.
characters. Yeah. 22. Okay. Fucking fight. Fuck me, man. What the shit? Fucking high rolls.
Rubbing
What
off
is
on
this?
Everyone's
Okay,
rolled
next
high
time
today.
next time
18,
combat comes around,
16.
it'll be nat ones.
Leans forward. This way, please. Gets motioned for one of the back drapes leaning behind the bar. Goes down to a kitchen from a staircase. And then at that point, in the kitchen space, the cooks are kind of moving through 3 roaring ovens. And then there's another staircase that leads right down to the cellar that opens into the back alley. In the kitchen space, lots of cutting, lots of noise. Between you and I and your friend here, I believe that there's something nefarious afoot that surprised me. After all, it hasn't been very long since tragedy has overcame the holy city.
What tragedy?
Well, the late magistrate, Gula Baloo.
what happened to this magistrate?
Well, the late magistrate Gula Baloo was the magistrate to the Lord Thalen for Law. Were quite gifted, and they were graduated from the Empyrean College, but they, according to the article papers, became mad. They were banished from the city, outcast, if you will. They returned, not with vengeance, but in search of something, so I'm told.
Do you have any idea what he was searching for?
Do not. After all, I run a fine establishment. Word comes and goes. This could be hearsay, but maybe not.
You referred to him as the late magistrate.
He was put to death. Not a spectacle or showing by any means, just a quick, swift execution. Down in the dungeon of the Law Keep.
Wonder if that means he found what he was looking for or he did not.
And just out of curiosity, I'm assuming he wasn't kept in the keep. Was he then buried in the cemetery in town?
I don't know. You'd have to ask one of the Order of the Light. Maybe one of the... I wouldn't say the High Sunbringer would even know. Maybe a lesser extent. Not too religious myself. I run an establishment quite close to the temple. Palor's Light bless thee. Never really called to myself, anyway. There is a keeper of sorts. They don't come into my establishment. They tend to frequent the mountainside. I believe their name is Crespa.
Oh, yes, I met him just yesterday evening.
Oh, well, then you know. They tend to drink themselves at the mountainside. They have a home in the drift. They tend to the crypt. Well, the cemetery, I should say.
Oh, but there is a crypt in the cemetery. It's not just a cemetery.
Well, there was once a crypt underneath the temple, but that was moved. There's a catacomb there.
Promising. So
Hmm.
you believe that the death of this magistrate might in some way be related to these disappearances? How long ago was it that he was put to death?
I have to put in the ballpark of maybe 20, 25 years.
And these disappearances have been going on that long?
Oh, no, no. Um, Elvish descent. Well, I lived for a long time. Towards you, kind of getting an eye at maybe what you are, maybe what you aren't. To speak, I've lived a long life. And this amount of time is very short for me, but maybe long for you. No, these disappearances have only been going on for the last year, but the concept of time, of history, 20, 25 years is not a long time.
That's fair enough. Was there anything else that happened in the last year that was strange or odd before all this
Around
started happening?
the holy city, no. Everything tends to be quite mundane. No trouble, no lawlessness, no vagabonds tearing the streets about. Nothing like that.
No increase in crime or other kidnappings or any of that, huh?
No. There has been more people entering into the city, but that is due to
Hmm.
the Frost Guard, the Fort Frostbeard. They are called across the land to train veteran soldiers for the war to the far south.
Well, thank you for your time and the information. It's going to be, or it has been quite insightful.
Of course. And I would say I would want to know what happened to those that disappeared from my tavern, but I don't think I want to know.
Fair
Ignorance
enough.
can be bliss, I suppose.
Exactly.
Well, we'll keep this conversation between us, obviously, and
certainly.
hopefully, if you get any more information on this or any other goings on in town, feel like you can trust us and talk to us about it.
I'm the master of house here, and I will see you from time to time. Let me know if you have any requests.
How
Much
much were
appreciated.
how much were the rooms, out of curiosity? Like per person per night, whatever it is.
The Eagle Suite is 50 gold per night.
I will give him 10 gold pieces. Kind of, sleight of hand, give it to him type deal, so it's not obvious that I'm doing it.
Shaking hands with a 20.
Basically, yeah, like, hey, thanks for the
Hmm.
info. Here's your payment type deal. Trust me in the future,
Oh,
greasing the skids.
thank you very much. I appreciate it. Zealous Flagon appreciates all good business.
Well,
We
should we
have-
be on our way to the watch commander then?
Absolutely. Thank you once again for your time.
Yes. Much
Well, sir.
appreciated.
Begins to turn around to the cooks, begins to give directions, and you begin to depart. Zealous Flagon. All right.
That was
So,
insightful.
Mm-hmm.
we have now come to a little bit of ending point for our session before we kind of get into the branch stories of the three different people there are three different groups, right, that are kind of going out and fetching information. given the information that you're searching for, I will kind of go about. I think the watch commander would be a good one to role play because getting the information firsthand, asking further questions, that sort of thing. But I think what I'll do actually is I'm going to type up some stuff. I'll type up some stuff about the roots, and then I'll type up some stuff about the Ruglark and that sort of thing. And I'll post those in the lore. So that way, when we come to the next session, we'll have some of the information right off the rip. So I'm not just kind of,
Yep.
you can digest it a little bit, and then we can kind of come to questions too. We can do questions at that point because that way we kind of save some time. They're kind of coming to the end of the session. You were talking about downtime stuff, right? Things per what you actually had said before. You weren't sure how long you were going to be here or what you were going to get yourself involved with. Very surprised that you decided to get yourselves involved with all of this. Immediately the tree, we're gonna fix it, buddy. I love it. So given that, the way you're kind of branching off in your stories and trying to get information, I'm not entirely sure what crafting or downtime you want to take. So if you want to take a little bit about yourselves here and talk about that, but if not, you can always take it to the next session and see what happens then. So
Yeah. I mean, if we're gonna do anything, I think it'd just be really mundane stuff like holy water in case we need to stop higher undead or something.
okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Really mundane stuff.
Thank.
I don't think I have anything right now.
Okay.
I think all Pip will do is get to know Poe a little bit more.
Well, and that's great. If there's anything you can always put in the downtime part of the chat, come up with ideas or whatever, race it to the party, that sort of thing. I'm going to go ahead and calculate some experience points for you now. So more welcome to talk about yourselves. Give me a second.
Well,
So you guys think Valria's? Oh,
Oh, please.
Go ahead.
Carry on.
I was gonna say, you think Valria's gonna let me call her grandma?
Probably not.
We did touch the tree, and the tree did speak to us.
1000% no.
It's like it's an odd pairing. Me and Donnelly going to see a religious person. What can go
And
wrong?
Kanan is going to see the watch commander.
Yeah, this is I was
Mhm.
not expecting.
Yeah.
That's why I had to ask because I was very confused.
Well, I was like, everybody had already decided, so I was like, well, he's not going to leave Jax alone, so I guess we'll go do that.
Well, it's funny because I was waiting till the end because I was gonna go search out some Rudikar, or try to find some Rudikar in town to get information from them, but I don't want to drag anybody there with me. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Kanan just not mentioning the mark,
What, Mark?
Yeah,
We
you don't know anything about the mark.
That's
I
a
know.
terrible
I
tragedy.
don't
What happened
know
to your
anything about
boyfriend? I can't imagine what must have happened or who did it.
It's poor Baxter, dude.
At least he got the stone before Baxter was good.
Ooh.
All right,
That
so
is
we
true.
have 678 experience each, put you at 35,047 experience total, if I did the thing correctly. I'm also going to give the name of that one. This case, it's Gular
The
Berlu.
magistrate.
Yeah, the magistrate.
Thank God I butchered that spelling.
That's totally fine. I don't even know if that's again. I don't know if that is how you're supposed to say that. I try my best. Google Translator really has become my friend. Let's just be real right now. I use Google Translator all the time now to make names.
I believe it.
But a lot of these names were actually made before Google Translator was actually like a thing. So, but yeah. Anyways, is there any final questions or anything? All
Mm.
good. All right. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Thanks for watching, and we should be back next week for another session. Fridays at 5 p.m. PDT. Join us then for Group Dad. Bye.
Bye, chat.
Ah.